be able to. No. 6:05.
2 minutes, just making announcement. That's 6 p.m.
So at 6 p.m. make the announcement
That
that we
due to
apologize for the delay.
apologize for the delay coming in at
6:05.
6:05 or if you're gonna say promptly. What's it promptly?
6:05.
6:05, yes.
Promptly at 6:05.
Probably 6:05 p.m. Hey, okay, got it.
Oh, Jesus.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we would like to again ask that everyone please make their way to their seat as the event will begin promptly at 6:05 p.m.
You had
We would like to ask all event attendees who have not yet received their name tag to please make their way to their seats. You will be able to claim your name tag at intermission. Once again, all event attendees who have not yet claimed their name tag, please make your way to your seats at this time. You will be able to claim your name tag at intermission.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to TEDx U of M, Entropy, Attraction to Disorder. TEDx U of M has been a part of the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor community for 11 years now. And we better than anyone know that this night couldn't be possible without all of you. So we wanted to take a second to start by thanking everyone in the crowd today. We are your co-directors. My name is Dar Sleeper.
I'm Shyam Sen.
And I'm Xiao Li. TEDx U of M is an organization that is independently organized outside of the main TED branch. We are an organization built on the motto of ideas worth spreading. And as such, everything that we've done here tonight has been in order to serve this motto, in order to promote this idea of sharing everything about our community, especially with regards to the University of Michigan and the Ann Arbor greater community in general.
Today, we have 8 amazing speakers for you, talking about a multitude of things from conversational AI to social media to the importance of solitude and many more. Today, our theme is entropy, attraction to disorder. While our team has made our own interpretation of this theme, we would like for you guys as attendees throughout the night, throughout the speeches, and throughout all the activities to come up with your own interpretation of this theme. Additionally, if you guys would like to know more about all the amazing speakers we have and all the amazing sponsors we have that made this night possible, please turn over your name tag and look at the back of it.
All right. Before we begin, we'd like to make a few requests. First of all, please refrain from bringing any food or beverages into the main auditorium. If you have water bottles, please ensure that they remain closed at all times. In addition, please refrain from filming or performing flash photography throughout the event. Everything you see tonight will be recorded and uploaded online in the coming weeks. Lastly, please, out of the respect for all of our speakers and your fellow attendees, please remain silent during all talks and performances. Any unlawful behavior will result in immediate removal. Thank you so much.
And lastly, tonight couldn't happen without the efforts of our other co-director, Christina Agostino. She's in Australia right now on her semester abroad, but we know that she's watching the live stream. So I really quickly wanted to take a second. If we could on 3, all wave to Christina and say hello, I know it would mean the world to her. So ready? 1, 2. Hi, Christina. Thank you so much. We couldn't have done it without you. So without further delay, entropy, attraction to disorder.
How's everyone doing today? Good. So my name's Tushar, and a few months ago, I was given the opportunity to work as a speaker's coach for our first speaker of the night, Jason Mars. For those of you who don't know, Jason is an entrepreneur, he's an educator, he's an innovator, and he's also one of the leading researchers in the world when it comes to natural language processing and conversational AI. So this is a space I've always been really interested in, and obviously I was really excited to, get to know him and get to, learn from him. Hopefully his natural intelligence rubbed off on me. But through every story he told me about how, he wanted to play in a rock band in college, how he learns as much from his students as they do from him, I realized that Jason's greatest asset lies far deeper than just his natural brilliance. Jason has a natural charisma, and he's really just has a contagious energy about him that spreads to all those who know him. On top of that, Jason has this uncanny ability to truly create change on his own, as well as inspire change to all those around him, whether it be his colleagues, his friends, or people he just met a few minutes ago. This is a skill that all great leaders strive to have, and I know for a fact that Jason has this talent. Every conversation I've had with Jason has been eye-opening, and it's been thought-provoking, and I truly hope you guys have a similar experience tonight. So, without further ado, I present to you Jason Mars.
Hi. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here tonight with you guys to talk a little bit about what's going on now and what's happening in the future. But to really think about the future, you have to think about what innovation means, what technology means for us as a society, as a humanity. We have to reflect on what progress looks like. And when you think about it, as a species, we started innovating from the moment we were us, right? We started to develop tools, and with those tools, we developed fire, right? And if you think about the tenets of innovation, it's things that help us to help in the convenience of our lives. It's to help us do more. It's to help us be able to expand beyond the limitations of our human anatomy, right? So fire let us cook food and use it more efficiently and provided warmth in our lives. If you think about the wheel, we were able to carry heavier loads than we would. We were able to go farther distances by exerting less energy than what we're anatomically capable of doing, right? Electricity then came in. We can have light so we can read, we can have light so we can work and be more productive for longer hours. And then, when you look at this timeline, it's hundreds of thousands of years ago we cultivated fire, right? And then the wheel, similar kind of time frame. And then electricity is in the hundreds, right? It's not very long ago. And if you think about the computer, which allowed us to capture knowledge and then access that knowledge at our own will and do more, that was very recent, relatively speaking, to when we discovered fire. And then the phone. We have data centers worth of computing, mainframes worth of computing multiple times over in a little device that carries energy with itself in our pocket. And so innovation happens faster and faster, and it's enhancing our ability to do more in the world and do more with ourselves. And so we envision, well, what does the next key major innovation look like, right? And, this is a scene from a movie. It's called Her, right? And, we often romanticize the future and then realize it. We have this tendency to realize the future as we imagine. And this is a future that was imagined very recently. And in the same pace of picking up steam and creating our imaginations, you guys are all aware that we're in a time and a place where conversational AI and virtual assistants is something that's present in our lives and being cultivated and worked on. And right now you might think that they're kind of silly, but it is our imagination, and we will get there. And one important question is, why now, right? Why is conversational AI a thing now? Well, I would argue that when we think of intelligence, when we think of AI, we think of the fundamental sociological and anthropological meaning of intelligence with us before we even had fire, right? When you think of intelligence, you think of your neighbor who has some special intelligence on how to build that tool, right? That fork or that spear. And then you go to them and you interact with naturally evolved means, conversation. Hey, you build the best spears. Like, how do you do that? I want to learn more, right? And that's something that we want to manifest so that we can do more. And we imagined it in the 60s. This is a scene from Star Trek. And we're realizing it today. Well, why is it happening now? Why is it going to happen now? Well, I'll make an argument. And it manifests itself in recent Turing Award winners. In just the last few years, if you think about 3 key pillars that's making it possible today, we have the 3 Turing Awards of recent that have won essentially the Nobel Prize for computer science. And that's Alan Turing on this slide. And the first Turing Award winner I'm going to talk about is Michael Stonebraker, right? And he won the Turing Award for databases in 2014. We have this phenomenal capability of capturing data in the world and in our lives and storing it in computers. And he pioneered some of the key means that we store data. So data's one. Next, the Turing Award winner of 2017, the winners are John Hennessy and David Patterson, right? And they won the Turing Award for envisioning what compute would look like in our generation and the next, right? And that compute has gotten smaller and tinier. It's in our pocket, and it does phenomenal things. People are playing sophisticated 3D games on their cell phone for 7 hours, right? The kinds of innovations that came from John and David allowed us to do more with compute, data and compute. And lastly, just recently, 2018, man, it seems like yesterday, but it's already 2020. Geoffrey Hinton is one of the key winners of the innovations as it relates to models, and models that are used to capture data and make them useful for inference, right? Machine learning. And so you put these 3 things together. You've got data, compute, and the models, the substrates that we can store intelligence, innovations in all those. And without any of the other pillars, we would not be able to do interesting AI, right? The models themselves require data to gain knowledge, because that's all they learn from, is from data. These kinds of machine learning, deep learning, recurrent neural networks, deep neural networks. And without the compute to train those models, to be able to do the processing, to embed that model with the data, with the knowledge it needs from the data, we wouldn't be able to have it. So we needed all 3 pillars to come together at the same time, represented in the 3 recent Turing Award winners. Now, my work has been around what I believe to be one of the transformational technologies, conversational AI. It started with Lucida in my lab. It was initially called Sirius, and then Apple wasn't happy, and we called it Lucida. And it was an open source creation, a virtual assistant technology that anyone in the world could use. And from those learnings, the next project was Clink. And Clink is a company that I started in 2015 with some bright colleagues and grad students. And we've grown it to great success, and we'll talk a little bit about that success. And next, I'm moving on to a new endeavor that you'll all learn about in the coming months, maybe a year. And it's quite exciting about the next generation of technology. But let's understand why we're having that revolution today and what it looks like. Well, on this slide, you see on the left, that's actually the old way things were done. Natural language processing, the foundation of conversational AI from a pedagogical standpoint, has traditionally been based on, thank you computational linguistics and linguists in general, based on ways that we represent language, right? Grammars, right? You can actually take a sentence and identify the nouns, verbs, and adjectives in that sentence, and then you can build these structures like parts of speech trees where you can see the noun phrase and the verb phrase, and you can reason about things. You can say, well, if this verb comes before that noun and the verb from the synonyms that I know about mean this, then I can infer that, right? The problem with this technique is you have to enumerate those rules. You have to enumerate the grammars, the templates as to what you can say to a system. And that's why we have so many silly systems today. You say something outside of that, and it breaks, because no one anticipated that rule. The beauty of a deep learning approach that's trained entirely in data, an approach that doesn't know the nouns, verbs, and adjectives, just like your 4-year-old at home doesn't know what a noun is, but he can speak complex sentences to you and understand you. Neural networks have a capacity to learn messy things and to infer from noisy information. So when you take a sentence like this, I dropped way too much cash at Gobbledygook last night and Smacky Wacky, and my darn flippity flop is overdrawn. Now I can't afford bloobity bloop. You may not have anticipated that kind of utterance. And so if you have a system for which it must have a rule to match to that, if you have to have the synonyms and dictionaries that has gobbledygook in it, if you're required to have a particular grammatical structure, this might break a system. But a system trained with deep learning and only data by learning from the experiences of listening to how folks are talking in the world might be able to do better. Build systems that don't know what nouns are, and you may achieve the kind of AI that we use, the kind of intelligence that we use in our biological brains. So a sentence like this, you might ask someone, what's gobbledygook in this sentence? Anyone in this room would be able to say instantly that, you know, gobbledygook must be a place you can spend money at. It must be a merchant, right? And if you say how many verbs came before that, you would have to really think and process that because that wasn't required in you understanding it. It turns out that it's the patterns in the experiences you've had in data that allows you to understand what that word is, even though you've never seen it before. And you may not have seen this particular combination of things before the word, but no matter what comes after it, you can infer, you know, that's probably a place you can spend money at, just given the patterns. And that's what we embed in these models, and this is something that uses a recurrent neural network that is an LSTM, and you can actually have it read the sentence backwards and forwards using a bidirectional LSTM to use future context and previous context of the patterns, the sequence of things that resemble something you've seen before, to infer what that is. Train your systems with that, and actually, you can do that for anything in the sentence. Gobbledygook is a merchant. On Smacky Wacky, that's probably something you can spend money on. And the flippity flop is overdrawn. Oh, well, given my knowledge, that might be a nickname for an account. And you can't afford bloody blue. Well, bloody blue is probably expensive. More, you know, maybe not. And it's also something you spend money on, right? So you can do a lot of inferences when you train systems inspired for conversational AI, inspired by.
Can you show me some details on my account, please?
And here's a demo.
Here is your account information. Your account balance is $9,766.77, and you have $5,125.64 outstanding on your statement balance, which needs to be paid before Tuesday, October 8, 2019. The minimum amount you can pay the account is $50.
Cool, let me make a payment for the minimum amount, please.
Okay, I can pay the minimum amount for you. The minimum amount to be paid is $50. Is this correct?
Gets interesting.
Yeah, sure.
It gets interesting.
Payment successful. However, based on the amount you are paying, I recommend getting a payment plan. Would you like to get started?
Yeah, sure.
Please provide the transaction you would like a payment plan for.
Let's do it for that Delta flight where I went to California to visit my brother. That was pretty pricey.
Please choose between the 3 available payment plans.
Let's do it for the 12-month one. Give me a little time.
Okay, I have your 12-month payment plan at $104.64 month for your 1,235.56 transaction at Delta. Would you like to confirm this payment plan?
Actually, I changed my mind. Can we do it for that hospital bill where I went and got stitches? That was extremely expensive. I should stop playing hockey. And also, can you give me about 18 months to pay that bad boy off?
Okay, I have your 18-month payment plan at $113.02 month for your 1987 transaction at St. Joseph's Hospital. Would you like to confirm this payment plan?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So that is the level of human expectation that we would want conversational AI to understand. And so we can realize that there are other open problems. There's multiple distinct problems that needs to be solved in tandem to create an experience like that, right? And just take a deep dive and have a look at some of the work that's coming next. But But what does this mean in our lives, right? So we expect this is what happened with Alexa and Google Assistant, Siri, and all that. Yeah, everyone's excited when it launches, and then nobody talks to it after a while. The engagement goes down. Everyone bought it, and now no one talks about it. Well, what we saw when we launched a system based on that kind of technology to 6 million users is month after month after month, engagement goes up. If you can trust these things to understand you, you will want to engage with it and get the value of convenience in your life and improving your capabilities live. Now, 4 million out of 6.5 million people are interacting with it regularly. And this is in native Turkish in Turkey. It turns out that when you just train with data, it doesn't matter what language it's trained in. It's agnostic to language. It learns like a 4-year-old. And what was even more impressive is people, the average user of those 4 million, use it more and more over time. It's creating value for their lives they're returning to. That's the goal, right? And what I would argue, and I think that what is required for real innovation is you want to aspire to something, not just be better than something, right? It turns out that I think Google, Amazon, and Apple are competing with each other. Not interesting. Not interesting, right? Because you can go from something poopy to something a little less poopy, right? And that's not interesting. Aspire for human-in-the-room level understanding. Challenge the work you do to be work where you can interact with it freely without having an instruction manual as to what you can say to it. That's how I've driven all of the work that I've done in this space, right? And that's why we were able to do something that's much closer to that ultimate goal. And I will continue this work, and I would say the next really important challenge is how can these systems learn with you? As you interact with it, how do you take some of that neural modeling inspired insights and then create a system that as it talks to more people and it's gaining more knowledge in the world, how do you create that system? And so you will see very soon some work coming in that space. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. How is everyone feeling tonight? So let's light up this amazing night with our very first performer, our very own Photonics.
Photonics is a group on campus that uses glow sticks as their primary medium to create visual art. By manipulating the movement of light, they passionately showcase their unique art form in order to introduce diverse audiences to the world of light bending. So let's introduce them to the stage.
Why won't you take me seriously? Look at me all puffed up over someone I'll never meet. And I wonder why I tear myself down to be built back up again. Oh, I hope somehow I'll wake up young again. All that's left of lost myself, holes in my false confidence. And now I lay myself down and hope I wake up young again. Hope I wake up young again. Hope I wake up young again.
Ready for the backlash, Sarah Connor combat. I'll be back, I'll be back. I'ma give you all I have, I'ma give you all I have, forever all I have. Keep you in my habitat, dedication to the max, never change that, won't change that. I'ma give you all I have, I'ma give you all I have, forever all I have. Yeah, we're different from the masses, we go back Jurassic, baby we are classic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. With you to the casket, mellow the dramatic, even through the madness. Yeah, I'm still gonna ride with you, ride with you, ride with you. You know I'd die for you, die for you, die for you. Put it all on the line for you, just to keep it bulletproof. Stay with me tonight, I'll be your alibi. I'll be your alibi. I've been trying to roll like a stone onto your island. Wake up with you, always leave me in the blindness. But I know it's not over. Till static, I can feel you getting closer. Set my flame like the light. Oh, we've been at it for so long, and you keep telling me that I live, and all I see is love. I'm not mistaken. This time, I am sure. They say love be like love's perfect equal. It's meant to be, you just know it, you just know. You and me never been perfect people. All stories that they told. Oh, if our love is written in the sky. Oh, what if our love is written
just fine. We'll be fine. Stay true.
Judge Raymond Kethledge received his undergraduate and JD degrees from the University of Michigan. He went on to serve as a law clerk for Supreme Court Justice Anthony M. Kennedy, and he is currently a judge on the Sixth Circuit Court of the United States Court of Appeals. An avid fisherman, Judge Kethledge actively seeks solitude in his own life and spent 7 years researching and writing a book on the topic. Please join me in welcoming Judge Raymond Kethledge to the stage.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here with you all tonight. It doesn't seem that long ago that I was an undergraduate here at the University of Michigan. I was not a particularly good student. My first term freshman year, I got a 2.100 grade point average. My second term, I got a 2.103, which, thank you. For me, that was progress. My sophomore year, I took History 160, which was Intro to American History. And I vividly remember one lecture from that class. It was in Angel Hall in a big auditorium. The professor was Shaw Livermore. He was a brilliant, deeply learned man in his 60s then. He was reading from Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America about the cultural differences between aristocratic societies and democratic ones. He concluded with precisely this passage. Aristocracy had made a chain of all the members of the community, from the peasant to the king. Democracy breaks that chain and severs every link of it. Thus, not only does democracy make every man forget his ancestors, but it hides his descendants and separates his contemporaries from him. It throws him back forever upon himself alone and threatens in the end to confine him entirely within the solitude of his own heart. Professor Livermore was visibly shaken at the end of that passage. And I remember finding myself perplexed that this very impressive person, for whom I already had great respect, was shaken by a passage from one of our reading assignments. I was perplexed because at that time, I didn't take our assignments all that seriously. After class, I walked alone with my thoughts along a leafy sidewalk near the Diag. I was thinking rather hard about Professor Livermore's reaction to that passage, trying to make sense of it. And finally, I realized Professor Livermore was moved by that passage because what we're studying here is actually important. And so maybe I should take this work seriously. And so with some fits and starts, I began to do that. That walk changed the course of my college career. About 18 months later, near the end of my junior year, I was again walking by myself, this time along the sidewalk in front of Angel Hall. The trees were just starting to get their leaves. I had recently written a paper about a book by 18th century French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I really enjoyed writing that paper, and I started to think about the reasons for that. I remember thinking, I like the analytical work that I'm doing in my history and philosophy classes, and I really like the writing. And then I thought, I should go to law school, because as a lawyer, I'll get to do both of those things. That walk set the course for my professional career. Looking back years later, I realized that there was something special about those walks, something that made possible the insights that I had during them. That something was solitude. Now, by solitude, I don't mean being physically alone. There were plenty of other people around during those walks. By solitude, rather, I mean the condition of being alone with your thoughts, an absence of input from other minds, as Mike Irwin and I put it in Lead Yourself First. That condition, being alone with my thoughts, allowed me to do some analytical thinking during those walks. And it allowed me to be introspective, to look inside myself, to see what was going on there, and to make some life decisions as a result. But those walks might not have turned out the same way today, because if I did those walks today, I might instead be doing this, looking at my phone, or I might be listening to a podcast. And if we're doing either of those things, we're not alone with our thoughts. We're bringing someone else's thoughts or someone else's emotions, oftentimes not positive ones, inside our heads. And so if there had been smartphones back in 1987, I might not have had those insights about school and about the kinds of work that I found fulfilling, because I might have been looking at Facebook or someone's Twitter feed instead. Solitude used to be something that came as a matter of course to almost everyone. But today we are losing solitude without even realizing it, mostly because of these handheld devices and social media apps that are quite deliberately designed to be addictive. Solitude today is like a beautiful animal whose habitat is being destroyed. Solitude now takes a conscious choice to put away our phones, to be with our thoughts, and to access the richness that awaits us there. I first started thinking seriously about solitude back in 2010 when I was having a beer with Mike Irwin at Conor O'Neill's on Main Street. Mike was an Army officer on active duty then, studying to get his master's degree in leadership psychology here at the University of Michigan. He had been deployed to the Middle East 3 times. Mike's an extrovert and I'm an introvert, but we ended up talking about our respective experiences with solitude. Mike talked about how during his first deployment to Iraq, he would walk rather than ride to the chow hall each day, a mile each way, and temperatures around 100 degrees. On some of those walks, he would think about a leadership problem he was facing. On other walks, he would steady himself emotionally. I talked about my barn office in northern Michigan, in the woods overlooking Upper Lake Huron. That's the view from my barn office. This is it for slides in this presentation. It's low tech. Whole thing's very low tech, based on what I was hearing earlier, especially with the lights or whatever it was. All right. So I always say I get an extra 20 IQ points in that office because I don't have any cell service or internet connection there. So I don't have part of my brain wondering if I've gotten some email or text or whether there might be something interesting on some website. It's like having all the cookies taken off of my brain, I guess. I don't really know what cookies are, but I'm told that fits. So I'm able to focus completely on whatever I'm doing in that office. And so whatever I'm working on in that office seems to go pretty well. At the end of that conversation with Mike, we decided to write a book about solitude, and that book became Lead Yourself First. Like Lindsay said, we spent 7 years researching and writing it. And we learned that successful people have used solitude throughout history, oftentimes without recognizing it as such. And we learned that solitude comes in different forms. There's the big form of solitude, like Thoreau spending months alone at his cabin on Walden Pond, or me going up to my barn office for a couple of days to write an opinion. But solitude comes in smaller, more accessible forms too. You can be alone with your thoughts when you're walking to or from class, or when you wake up in the morning, or if you drive somewhere. And during those times, you can choose to think about a specific subject or problem. I call that focused reflection. These things are easy to do. We just have to put our phones in airplane mode for a little while. Mike and I also learned that solitude enhances a number of qualities that make people wiser, more successful, more fulfilled. One of those qualities is clarity, and that's what I found during my walks around campus. Complex problems are solved by careful analytical thinking, and that kind of thinking happens only in solitude. Dwight Eisenhower used solitude to think clearly during World War II. He had a practice of writing memoranda to himself as a way of thinking through complex decisions. Most notably, he did that on June 3rd, 1944, as a way of thinking through the decisions he would make on D-Day. And because of that memo, as we describe in the book, when that day came, Eisenhower made the right decisions. Another quality that solitude enhances is emotional balance. I remember when I was in law school, I would, after final exams each spring, I would drive up north and fly fish and camp by myself in the woods up there. That was emotionally restorative after the stress of final exams. I might have to do that after this talk as well. We'll see. It's a bad time of year, but being connected with nature rather than being connected with your phone can bring you to a more peaceful place. Solitude also allows us to reflect before we react. Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl is credited with this quote: "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response." Social media reduces that space to nothing, but solitude elongates that space. It allows us to reflect on the reasons why someone might be acting in a way we don't like. And if we do that honestly, if we do that with a measure of grace, we often find that those reasons have nothing to do with us. And sometimes those reasons lead us to have sympathy for the other person. Maybe that person had a difficult childhood, or maybe someone she loves is gravely ill. Where at first we feel anger, solitude can bring magnanimity and peace. The last quality brings all the others together: moral courage. Moral courage is what we need when we're subject to moral criticism. Moral criticism is when someone says, you're not simply mistaken because of what you believe or what you choose to do, but that you're a bad person because of those things. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. was subject to intense moral criticism during his leadership of the Montgomery bus boycott in 1955 to 56. One night in January 1956, King came home around 11:30 p.m. King's Pulitzer Prize-winning biographer, David Garrow, said that this was the most important night in King's life. King's wife, Coretta, and their baby daughter, Yolanda, were already asleep. The phone rang. The caller said, "We're going to blow your brains out and blow up your house." Those were not idle threats in those days. King hung up the phone and felt something start to break inside of him. He sat down alone in solitude at the kitchen table. As King described it later, he said, "Lord, I'm down here trying to do what's right, but I must confess that I'm weak now. I'm faltering, I'm losing my courage." And then King said he heard an inner voice saying, "Martin Luther, stand up for righteousness, stand up for truth, and lo, I will be with you until the end of the world." He promised never to leave me alone. No, never alone. No, never alone. He promised never to leave me alone. King knew very well the dangers that he faced in the service of his cause. But from that night forward, he never again feared what any man might do to him. King's faith was one of his first principles in life. I urge every one of you to reflect on your first principles, to identify them, and periodically to assess how well your actions conform to them. If you do that, you'll find yourself starting to become an inner-directed person rather than an externally directed one. You'll be less needy for the praise or approval of others. And when they criticize you, you'll be more resilient. Because if you do these things, the praise or criticism that will matter most to you is your own. I know there's a lot of pressure these days, always to do things in groups. Believe me, I felt that pressure myself over the years. So I will tell you this. Give yourself permission to spend time in solitude. In solitude, you can find clarity and peace and courage. You can transcend the entropy around you. There is a glory and a fulfillment waiting inside of every one of you, if only you have the discipline to seek it. Thank you. Go this way? Do I go this way?
Okay, I'm going inside.
Hey everyone, I'm Deborah.
And I'm Rachna.
We just want to give a big thank you to Raymond for giving that amazing talk on solitude.
Wait, Debbie, did you just say solitude?
I'm pretty sure I said solitude.
Okay, I must be going crazy and super in my head because all day I've been wondering, why is the ocean salty?
Really? We're at a TED conference and that's what you're thinking of?
Okay, I can't be the only one who doesn't know and is wondering. I mean, right? Come on, right?
That's fair, that's fair. That's a good question. I could Google it for you.
Okay, now I feel like everyone's always saying our generation relies too much on the internet to look up everything these days, right? There has to be someone here who just knows.
That's fair, and I feel like Rachna does make a good point. So for this next activity, we are going to ask all of you guys to put your phones and electronics away, and we are going to show you guys a series of 3 questions that are the most commonly Googled questions. So we want you guys to use each other as a resource.
Let's see how good you guys really are.
Okay, so your first question is, what is a duel between 3 people called? Are we ready for the answer? So the answer is actually a truel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, okay.
Okay, good job.
Oh my
good
God,
job, good job.
wow, this is some good responses here. Y'all
All
are
right,
good.
our next question is, why is the Iowa caucus so important?
Are we ready for the answer?
Okay, so the Iowa caucus is actually so important because this is like the first state that we kind of do this sort of polling at, and it's a really good foreshadowing for the election to come. So, or so we think. We'll see.
Yeah.
You know, everyone's
So
saying
our
things.
last question is, why are fire trucks red?
Red is also-
Ready? That's so cute.
That's so gonna be posted.
I know. So
We'll give it like 30 more seconds. We've only been here for 3 minutes. Just so you know. Yeah. No, you want to go.
Are we ready for the answer?
Okay, so actually, when they first created the whole fire truck idea, they wanted something red to distinguish it from all the cars, which were mostly black at the time. Also, red signifies danger lies ahead. So it's a pretty good idea of what a fire truck does, in my opinion. But on that note, I think this is a really good way to show you that a lot of those questions in your head that you're thinking about, and you might think, oh, like, why don't I already know this? This should be common sense, are actually some of the most commonly Googled and asked questions. So people around you are probably wondering the same exact thing.
Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker is a professor here at the University of Michigan's Taubman College of Architecture. His line of research focuses on creating sensory-rich environments through architecture to promote inclusivity. And most importantly, it's inspired by his daughter, Ada, who's on the autistic spectrum. Please welcome Sean Alquist.
Thank you very much for having me. So, to set the stage, it's 2012, and I'm in Stuttgart, Germany, studying architecture. I'm there with my wife, Elaine, and my daughter, Ada. So at about age 2.5, after a year or so of observation, Ada was diagnosed by her doctors with autism spectrum disorder. You might hear some noises. That's my daughter coming to watch the presentation with you. So we had just gotten this diagnosis, and those same doctors, they told us we should head back to the States as soon as possible and get her enrolled in specialized therapies. The States is the best place to do it. So within a month, Elaine and Ada were packed up and on a plane to Naples, Florida, to live with my parents. to enjoy a little bit of golf, but to also get them involved, get Ada involved in her therapies. So at the same time, I was on the short list for a position in architecture here at the University of Michigan. Fortunately, that worked out. But it meant that I needed to head straight to Ann Arbor so that I could set up shop and start to arrange things for Elaine and Ada and their eventual arrival. I'm sorry, this is kind of like overexpanded on the screen here. Some people cut off. I don't know if you guys can adjust that in the back. So this kicked off a really challenging time, of course. We're just learning about autism, and now we're split in these two locations. So it was a difficult period, but of course we, visited each other a lot, and, we had a lot of video chats in the meantime. But the issue is, as a part of Ada's autism, she's nonverbal. So she can't form words. We can't use that as a way to converse. Additionally, unpredictability, it causes her a lot of anxiety. So trying to hold conversation through video chats on an erratic schedule, I actually ended up damaging a bit the relationship with my daughter. And certainly, I had no chance to understand anything about this new diagnosis of autism and what it meant to our family. So this lasted for a while. Thank you very much to our contractor for taking 1.5 years on our home renovation. But finally, we were reunited in Ann Arbor. This was a joyous moment for us. But unfortunately, it was just a moment. It kicked off a journey of, of years of struggle to try and understand her, to build a relationship, to build a shared language, and ultimately earn her trust, knowing that isn't going to come from words. So to understand her is to understand that she is so connected with her environment. And when she has the capacity to shape that environment for herself, she shines as this amazingly creative individual. But even in those moments, social interaction is challenging. Like others with autism, developing those skills to interact socially and understand the back and forth is challenging. The thing is, Ada really is a social animal, and she wants to welcome people into her world. It just needs to happen on her terms. She needs to be the author of that environment for it to work. So now, how am I supposed to understand? How are we to learn from someone that doesn't have words? How do we learn what her terms are? So this creativity, it often becomes apparent in the times when she looks out of place. So it's in the moment when she's being misunderstood, or in the worst case, when her actions are being seen as unacceptable. Now, if I put my architecture hat on, this was quite intriguing to think environment. How does that influence, the physical things around us? How does that influence behavior and perception for someone like my daughter? What turned out to be most interesting was actually the opposite. It was more exciting to explore how someone like my daughter can transform environment and turn it into tools for communication. And when you understand that, you see in the moments when that ability, that capacity is prevented, These are the moments where a lack of acceptance of her occurs. So if we think about architecture and environment, we can think about a collection of symbols. There are symbols that inform us how to use things. They also inform us the expectations of misuse. So let's go to the playground and think about the slide. So there's a ladder that informs us how you're to climb to the top. There's this smooth, slick surface that says that's where the sliding is going to take place. And there's an angle that says what's the top and how you're going to go down, and might imply how fast all that's going to happen. Now, Ada certainly enjoys going down the slide. So it was weird in these moments when we saw her climb to the top, but not want to come down. I started to connect that with the moments that I had just prior to that said to her, I think we need to leave soon and head home. So by finding that distant position on the playground, so high up, out of my reach, she was finding a way to communicate. She was creating words that said, no, we're not leaving now. So what becomes amazing to me is her placement on that object, the wagging of the tongue, the enthusiasm on her face. This is a language that she's concocted completely of her own and doesn't include any words. But we do have a problem here. So generally, we all have this shared experience on the playground, and it has told us the very hard and fast rules for how you use a slide. Now, for someone like Ada that's differently abled, whether it's physically or cognitively, she's not going to have that same shared upbringing. Her paths through education are going to be very different, and the way she navigates through the world is going to be very different. So because of that, she now is that child that stands out because she's different. And she stands out in a bad way. She's now that child that's creating the logjam of children on the ladder who can't get up to get on the slide. And I'm that obnoxious parent that is allowing her to act this way. So in this moment, I would define that environment, that slide, as being not inclusive. So you might think, how do we respond? Well, okay, Ada needs to learn those rules and abide by them. But based on this story, wouldn't that mean that we're robbing her of those words that she so ingeniously has created? So the reality for us is that we only go to the playground when there's no other children around, so that we can avoid this lack of acceptance. So what Ada is being robbed of is the ability to develop and practice those critical social skills, those ones that are so challenging to her. And that social experience that is so fundamental to the playground that happens every day and is a fundamental part of that experience for everyone. So how do we allow this creativity, but also avoid this bias and these burdensome expectations? So you might think, well, let's walk a mile in Ada's shoes. Let's figure out how to relate to her. Let's have empathy for her situation. Is there a moment that we might be able to feel like her? Well, I'd like to argue that I think that's just not possible. So to try and explain that, when I was in Germany, I tried to learn the language. It didn't really sink in. It didn't stick. What I found myself doing was listening for only the German words that sounded like English ones and missing everything else in between. In some cases, okay, that works. For Butterbrezel, there's a pretzel, it has butter. Sure enough, one of my favorite snacks while we were in Germany. but you come upon another word, ananas. Not sure what it sounds like, but it looks like banana. You're going to get a pineapple. So I will never be able to understand how Ada experiences people and the spaces she moves through as a translation of my own experiences. So that form of empathy about relate, the ability to relate, to put yourself in someone's shoes, I just don't think it works. What I might offer as an option is to think about awareness, empathy as awareness. And there's layers to this. So the first layer, we think about an awareness of finding a successful moment where we've built a connection with somebody. Well, that connection, if it's with somebody, the success of that can only be defined collectively with both people. So as an example, learning with Ada what her definition of taking a selfie is. But there's also an awareness that before you figure out that shared moment, you know nothing. And when you know nothing, that can impose great burden upon someone else. Like what happened in the sadness and confusion that I caused Ada, thinking I could take over the role of sleeping with her at night. But there's also an awareness that Ada and others like her, she is incredibly resilient. And thankfully that she is resilient, because that allows me to now persevere through that first failure and try again. So eventually we figured out a nighttime process that worked for both of us after a few more tries. So this form of empathy, it's daunting, and obviously there are moments that are quite painful. I sort of think of it as an unending scientific process, just constantly having to test new methods through trial and error. Ada's so ready to. So the question is, how do we start to learn about, sorry, excuse me. So how do we embrace this empathy and start to learn what is this way in which Ada constructs her environment? What are the ways in which it works for her? How do we build this awareness to understand how she exists in the world, and we can join her in that? So the key thing that I had to learn in this process was that as a parent, I needed to lose all of my intuition and past experience, anything related to parenting. If I was to learn, I could only learn by experiencing things with Ada. I had to be her student and she my teacher. So if she's going to teach, then how is that going to happen? For that to happen, she needs agency. So she needs that ability to see her environment and take all those things in her environment and turn those into tools for communication. So if we're talking about environment, it's a big place. There are lots of places to go, lots of things to discover. So to learn this way, it means going on as many field trips as possible with her. So I might suggest that instead of thinking that we can walk a mile in Ada's shoes by just watching this presentation, I'd actually like to bring her on stage have one of her wonderful babysitters, Tori, come with her and have her show a bit of herself to us and learn her version of what's an interesting environment. Hi. Hi. Yeah, you ready to show? What do you want to show? The horses. We love the horses. Look at you on the horse riding. Yeah, is that with Bonnet? Is that with Bonnet and and Hannah? Is there another one you want to show? What's the next one? Oh, you want to do the car ride? Okay. There we go. Look at that in the car with Emma. This is a part of our daily routine to drive her around the back roads of Ann Arbor. Are you comfortable? Which one do you want to see? Which one? You got to point over here if you want to see one. Yeah, you can point there too. You want the water? Okay. Let's see look at that. We love water. Okay, one more. You got one more. One more. You want horses one more time? Okay. Yeah, I was at your camp this summer. Oh, you don't get this one. Okay. Can you turn? Look at everybody seeing out there. Can you say bye-bye to everybody? Okay, you go this way. Yeah, you did great. You did great. Thank you. So thank you very much for allowing that to happen. So to decode that a little bit, Ada's agency to me is really about mutability. It's about the ability to create moments where there's always a give and take, and that she can regulate the degrees of those relationships, the back and forth. So as compared to the completely immutable slide and the hard and fast rules that were happening there, you think about the rhythms in trotting or walking or cantering with a horse. The different degrees of tactility that you can experience in just splashing water. Or the range of multisensory experiences that you can build when you control all the bells and whistles inside the car. These all have a clear cause and effect relationship, and Ada is in the middle of those and has access to all the dials. These are the key moments. And in these moments, she's really creating a conversation with environment. And it's all about these sensory activations. So now the question is, how can we join in that conversation with her? So around this time of starting to build this understanding with her, in my lab at the College of Architecture, we were developing these sensory-rich environments with the textiles that we had been making. To make these textiles, we used these elaborate knitting machines, these industrial knitting machines. Normally, they're used to create things like sweaters and fancy knitted sneakers. But what's interesting is if we take those materials and we use that machine, we can take all that tactility and these shapes and textures from these human scale products, and we can now build it at the scale of architecture. But I saw this problem one of the first times we did that. When you call it architecture, everybody thinks it's this pristine object. You're just supposed to take pictures of it and walk around it, stand next to it. But I wanted to see what could happen when we think about somebody who might step inside it and think it's some weird sweater that you have to try and fit in somehow. So we wanted to create this architecture that had these give and take qualities that we've been talking about. And it has these shapes and spaces that are so foreign yet interactive that it dismisses those expectations of what you think architecture might be. And when we do that, then we fit right in Ada's wheelhouse. We allow her to enter this world and just figure it out for herself. So in one of the first prototypes that we created, Ada really showed this connection between creativity, exploration, ingenuity, communication, and agency. She did so by choosing the nosedive as the best way to experience this space. But what really starts to work when I see that I'm not walking in her shoes, but I'm walking a mile with her, this smile tells us something's working. It's this moment that she decides she wants to do it again and figures out I'm a critical component to that process. So I'm now speaking through her sensory language. She needs me, I need her, as a way to accomplish that nosedive one more time. So I still argue that I can, and maybe I shouldn't try to understand her sensations or motivations, but I can be a part of that physical language, that sensory motivated language and interaction. At the same time, I can still speak in my own language about architecture and assess, is this environment giving her, is it facilitating the level of creativity that she needs to be able to communicate? She has this amazing spatial awareness and spatial intelligence, but it's just so often that she has to exercise all that energy to defend herself against misunderstandings and false expectations. So I just asked myself with this work and as a parent, how do we take these creative moments, and in those creative moments, can we learn something individually as unique individuals? And can we also learn something collectively? So I've tried to make this talk about common ground. And in this case, common ground, it needs to be about the ability to contribute. So not just observing, not just participating, contributing to something new, a new understanding. So when we think about common ground, you might think, well, we're finding common ground. I jump to that word. But really, in finding, I think you're mining these past experiences again. And that's going to be exclusive of the new connections that we're trying to build. So I think it's really about building. And it's about building common ground. So me, I took that literally. I'm in architecture, so I actually built things. But the theme is to create this canvas where children can invest, anyone can invest their creativity and for themselves on their own terms figure out what is this thing and what is it for. So I also think that it isn't about one single common ground. It's about discovering many common grounds. We're not trying to find just one method. There isn't a magic bullet. Every time someone enters one of these spaces and imagines it in a new way, creates it something for themselves, they become a part of the creative process. And I don't do that. That's not a part of making it an inspiration. It's just for equity. So agency equals communication. That ability to lead the construction of a new shared experience. And the more of those we do, the more volumes of common grounds we create. And for me, I found this as the one way that works to build that trust with someone who I want to celebrate is unique, and celebrate the fact that they will always be very, very different from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean, for sharing your experiences with your daughter and how she has really revolutionized the way that you think about architecture.
Our next performer is Carlito Smith. More commonly known as Lito, he is an up-and-coming hip-hop artist from Detroit, Michigan. His music showcases the beauty found within truly embracing your passion, and his lyrics aim to bring light to multiple societal issues. Tonight, the piece he will be performing is from his latest album, Invictus. Please join us in giving a very warm welcome to Lito.
How's it going, everyone? You guys doing all right? Yeah. My name is Lito. Like they said, thank you guys so much for that. More than generous greeting. But yeah, I'm about to do a song for you guys called Sharabi Secret. It's from my newest album. And yeah, I'm ready to go whenever you are. So let's do it. You got me out here, I do not belong, I'm a ghost. I'm feeling all weird, telling me why I should boast. And all of these things, they come and they go like people in life. Well, I need to know why. Tell me it's real or it's not, okay? I do not know why they bothering me. They said that they like the music I make, but for some reason that's not stopping me from being all anxious. Oh my God, I cannot take this. I feel like they being the fakest and lying to all of our faces. Yeah, I struggle with fear, I know what they'll say. So when they come near, I go hide away, holding my tears, I'm hiding my pain. I told on my peers, they go on my strength. I took a bet to wait out, we pay for better days. Now you see what I show, okay? Wow, so please don't go judging me. Yeah. You can't be judging me for the way my mind goes on. When my mind goes on, yeah, I try like 100 things. Guess that I'm just young and dumb. Yeah, I'm just young, I ain't dumb. I'm just young, I ain't dumb. I'm just young, I ain't dumb. I ain't dumb, no, I ain't dumb. Anxious, I don't feel like speaking, but words keep on leaking. Forget it, baby, it's the weekend. Just keep this one secret. I don't know myself. Yeah, myself. Say what you mean, but say it fast. If I don't wanna talk, do not mean I'm mad. If I'm not in the mood, do not mean I'm sad. Just I need some space, so back up. Maybe just a tad, I ain't tryna act tough. I just do not wanna have to dap up. All you focus, I'm out here so dapper. And I'm certain it's not about the manners. Why you talk to me soon as I stand up? Why you asking me all of these questions? Say you just trying to give me a blessing. I don't want it, baby, get the step in. Yeah, I tell the truth and that's it. Wanna see you move with the quickness. Psycho, please get the dipping. God dang, what you been sipping? Yeah, I turn my back now. A break from the life I try not to be. Keep giving me reasons. Yeah, I leave it. I can't believe it. I see that you need it. Yeah. You can't be judging me for the way my mind goes on. Yeah, I try like 100 things. Guess that I'm just young and dumb. Yeah, I'm just young, I ain't dumb. I'm just young, I ain't dumb. I can't be dumb. I'm anxious, I don't feel like speaking, but words keep on leaking. Forget it, baby, it's the weekend. Just keep this one secret. I don't know myself. Okay, wait for me. Let me say a couple things. Got to get this off my mind before you up on me and leave. I know when they come around me, all of the people surround me. I'm stuck in my thoughts, yeah, they drown me. I can't breathe. Wait, talk about sad, cause the only thing we ever think about is the cash. Every time you talk to me, that be the first thing you ask. I don't wanna hear about it, can you please relax and check the facts? Say to go and give me a bag. What happens if I don't? Am I under attack? I'm way too young to deal with all of this crap. I don't wanna live my life and destroy these raps, but now I'm sad because I got a lot on my plate. It's getting harder to breathe every bet that I take. Talking to me, but you still can't relate. All I wanna be is the greatest. I can't take it, yeah. What I'm gonna do when it's over, I pray to Jehovah. Yeah, you can't be judging me for the way my mind goes numb. Yeah, I tried like 100 things. Guess that I'm just young, I ain't dumb. I'm just young, I can be dumb. I'm just young, I ain't dumb. Yeah. Thank you. That was Sharabi's Secret. Thank you guys so much. So I got one more for you. Yeah, we can go ahead. This song right here is called Ramon. That's my middle name, by the way. And this song is really just a letter to myself. For when I was going through some tough times and, you know, I felt like I had the answers that I needed. My actions, for some reason, just didn't really match up. So I kind of wrote this song to remind myself of some things. Yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, even if that means you're leaving. I know that you're tired of sinking. Just know that I've always been leading. Everything for a reason. Everything happened for a reason. Everything for a reason. Everything. Come on, tell me what you're thinking, even if that means you're leaving. I know that you're tired of sinking. Just know that I've always been leading. Everything for a reason. Everything happened for a reason. Everything happened for a reason. Everything. Come on, you gotta let go. You cannot stay here anymore. These people not good for you, bro. They don't wanna see you go. They wanna see you just close and you standing out in the cold. Ramon, do you hear what I'm telling you, bro? I wanna see you get off of your flows. I wanna see you do what you were chose, but that's hard to do when you're losing your soul. I say, hey, Ramon, my guy, is this how you wanna lose your life? I say, hey, Ramon, my guy, there is a time where you have to decide if you wanna be free from your lies or if you wanna just keep them inside. I say, hey, Ramon, my guy, I know that sometimes you feel confined, like you don't handle it, you could confide. It's hard to try when you can't see the light. Just hold tight, I know you'll be alright. Hey, Ramon, my guy, you do know I'm always on your side. You can never go and hide. I'ma always try to come and find. I'ma always be by your side. I'ma always be with you, my guy. Yeah, hey, Ramon, my guy, come on, tell me what you're thinking, even if that means you're leaving. I know that you're tired of sinking. Just know that I always believed in everything for a reason. Everything happened for a reason. Everything happened for a reason. Everything. Come on, tell me what you're thinking, even if that means you're leaving. I know that you're tired of sinking. Just know that I always believed in everything for a reason. Everything happened for a reason. Everything happened for a reason. Everything, really. Thank you guys so much. You guys look great, by the way. My name is Lito. Thank you guys for listening to me. Go Blue.
The person I'm about to introduce to you today is someone whom my team and I have had the pleasure of working with for the past few months. You may know her through her work on BuzzFeed or through her viral YouTube video, A Harry Potter Musical, but she is also so fun, so inspiringly herself, passionate about her work, and downright awesome. Also, her outfit is sick. Here is Devin Lytle.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Now, the thing about working on the internet is you get halfway recognized a lot. And not in like a meet cute kind of way, more of like they're scrolling through the social Rolodex in their brain kind of way that actually brings me a lot of anxiety. I freeze. They freeze. We are stuck in a moment for what feels like a universe. But then it's up to me to walk up to them and clear the air. I say, hi, you recognize me because an algorithm has actually put my face in front of your face a couple times. I work on the internet, but not porn. It's always good to specify. Porn is a good chunk of the server space after all. No, I'm Devin Lytle, and I work on YouTube. I am a digital strategist and producer to some, a Potterhead and professional fangirl to others, but to most people, I am Devin of Ladylike, which is a YouTube show that kind of acts like a digital women's magazine. Now, like most people in my field, I got my start on accident, right here in Ann Arbor, actually. I was a student at the University of Michigan, go Blue, and I was studying acting, yeah. And one year, a bunch of my nerdy friends and I didn't get cast in the university main stages, so we did the next best thing. We created a fan musical about Harry Potter and put it on YouTube for our parents to see. Did our parents watch it? No. They didn't know how to log onto YouTube back then. Did other people watch it? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Did we almost get sued by Warner Brothers? Well, I'm actually not legally allowed to talk about that at this time. Today, my job includes examining different internet trends on different platforms. I observe people's online habits. I watch their watch times, their CTRs, their CPMs, and I try to take all of that information and use it to shape the media that I create. You know, it's a job that perfectly couples my need to people please with my love of internet stalking. It's great. But I'm not here today to talk to you about my keystrokes. I'm here to talk to you about a subset of culture that goes sadly unrecognized for their contributions online. An unfortunate truth of interneting is that we are completely fine exploiting the interests of teen girls online, but we are not okay with crediting them with the shifts and cultures that they deserve. Now, when you've worked on the internet as long as I have, you start anticipating what will inevitably be a comment on what will inevitably be a YouTube video. What up, YouTube? So I just want to start by saying from here on out, I would like to sub out the term teen girl with fangirl because I think it's more inclusive. Yes, fangirl is a gendered term. However, it's used online colloquially and casually to describe expressing fandom and knowledge in exuberance. Plus, I think it's important to involve trans folks and non-binary folks in the age demographic of 13 to 24 in this conversation, since that's the age demo we're focusing on here. Fanthropologist Meredith Levine said it best when she said that teen girl culture and fangirl culture have been closely associated with each other and have been for most of the 20th and 21st century. Now, before I tuck you all in to my hotbed of hot takes about teens on the World Wide Web, I just want to give you some insights into my world. First off, I think it's good to note that we are taking in 200 times more information than we were 30 years ago. That is the equivalent of 174 newspapers a day. It's enough to make your brain hurt, isn't it? I made a meme to commiserate. I like to call them memes. In truth, the internet is designed to lightly manipulate you into spiraling, exploring, watching, reading, and most importantly, sharing. Sharing, in my opinion, is the most important metric of online media in this era. The New York Times Consumer Insight Group said in their annual study of the psychology of sharing that 73% of their data pool said that sharing was a way that they used to process information and content more thoughtfully and thoroughly. Now, I find that stat oddly heartwarming. It's like in this internet age, we've gone back to our caveman selves, discovering berries like, oh, can you help me? Can someone talk to me about this X thing? It's beautiful. Now, let me tell you a quick story. My first year at BuzzFeed, everyone was super focused on cracking something called the mail share. Now, I, along with my other producers, tried to Nancy Drew a format or series that would consistently get male demographics to share our content publicly online. But what we found is that most of the time, male demographics like to engage in something called a dark share. I know, it sounds like a sexy cologne, but it's not. The dark share is when you text links back and forth on private messaging apps like iMessage, Slack, and Discord. Now, my father always said that I had the patience of a pissant, so it's no surprise that I got fed up with this mail share math problem and started leaning in, pun intended, to our fangirl base. The fact that an entire company was willing to devote their resources on making men inorganically share online instead of, or it speaks to a willingness to disregard an audience who was already there and already excited to associate themselves with the content. Now, I have a theory on why this happens. I think that somewhere in history we started conflating internet spaces, especially if they're populated by teens, as lowbrow culture. And by lowbrow, I mean insignificant, forgettable, social sugar, internet drivel, which is mind-boggling to me because as a YouTube producer, my job is to take issues that are challenging and hard to discuss and transmute them in fun, digestible ways. Yes, I have a show, and yes, we talk about makeup on it, and yes, we've had an easy bake oven in an episode or two, but this process requires a lot of thought. The top videos on our channel have to do with teenagers pushing against beauty standards, teenage body autonomy in public schools, the stigma of motherhood, and socioeconomic factors behind formal wear. Now, I don't know when in history we stopped listening to our teens, or if we ever really started listening to our teens in the first place. But real quick, I want to do a quick exercise. Everyone close your eyes and imagine what it was like to be a teen. I know, this is uncomfortable for some people, but we're only going to be here for a short couple seconds, so bear with me. Your body is younger. You have hormones raging. Some of us aren't burdened with money making and adulting, so we have more energy and curiosity. Your neuroplasticity is higher. Now, add in the internet as we know it today. You have access to information, escape. You have access to data and trends. If you don't fit into communities in your real life, you can find one online. You can find representation, a place to belong. Now open your eyes. Hey, you're you again. Now think about TikTok. I know. If your first gut instinct was to roll your eyes or to groan, I implore you to just think again. TikTok may not be a space that you think about often, or it may not be a space that you genuinely like, and that's okay. It may not be a space for you. But I predict, and not many people know this, but TikTok is shaping the American music industry more than we know. In fact, I predict in a couple years, we will hear our popular hits on TikTok first rather than the radio. It's true. Now, I believe in my heart of hearts, that teens are the soothsayers of popular culture. Notice that I said soothsayers and not the origin points. For that mantle belongs to Black and LGBTQA+ communities online. If they are the spark, then teens and fangirls are the gasoline. They do the work of spreading the content around in their social bubbles. They also do the work of normalizing what was once considered radical and progressive ideas. Case in point, forecasting agency J. Thompson Innovation Group found in one of their studies that 52% of Gen Z identifies as queer. Now, I'm not good with numbers, but that's more than half. First off, that's amazing. Secondly, I can't help but wonder and think that this is in part because of all the work that LGBTQA+ YouTubers have done in their videos, talking about their lifestyle choices, talking about their story, and just being honest. Okay, well now, I'm not about to get on this sacred altar of TED and all of his talks and claim that fangirls are the soothsayer of popular culture without a little historical context. So real quick, take a look at this picture. Yes, now take a look at this. This is the quintessential example of fangirl culture. Yes, take a look at this picture. Do you notice a difference other than the temporal contrast? Well, in the first picture, that group is screaming for the Beatles. Now, when you think of the Beatles, what do you think of? Never mind your opinion of their music. They're icons, okay? Sgt. Pepper, the White Album, their style, their haircuts, their sound. I'm not having this argument with you, Ted. They're amazing. They ushered in a new era of music as we know it. Now, how come when we think of the Beatles, we think of changing culture? But when we think of their fangirls, you know, the people who actually brought them across the pond, we only hear the scream. The second group is a group of fans celebrating their personal icons at KCON, which is an event for fans of K-pop music. Now, I don't know if you know this, but Korean pop music is currently taking over the American music charts. And BTS, a popular group, performed at the New Year's Eve broadcast of the Ball Drop this year. You see, advertisers and other purveyors of capitalism understand that where fangirls frequent, energy and, more importantly, money-making opportunities exist. Certainly, with that much buying power, they deserve our respect, yes? Now, I want to take a moment to talk to you. Oh, actually, let's take it back even more. Let's give more historical context. Back in here. Last year, Greta Gerwig brought one of America's classics back to the silver screen, Little Women, 150 years after publication. But the most interesting thing about this novel is that Louisa May Alcott didn't even want to write this story. She didn't even like girls or know many of them except her sisters, she wrote in her diary. So how did the March Sister universe go from its diffident origin story to a blockbuster hit? Fangirls. You see, when Little Women hit the scene, it did so with a limited release of 2,000 copies, which sold out in an instant. Fangirls demanded that Louisa May Alcott continue the universe, and it's because of their insistence that we have numerous books, film adaptations, and plays. It's because of fangirls, and in fact, fangirls kept this story, these relationships, these, dare I say it, Little Women, alive for longer than Louisa May Alcott herself. Now I want to take a second really fast to talk to you about someone who is very important to me. Her name is Maggie Beans, or Morgan, and she is a young woman who has followed me on Instagram for a couple years now. Morgan sends me a message every day in the form of a little love note. December 17th, 2018, just your daily reminder that you are beautiful and amazing and the world would be missing out without you. Now, at this point, we exchange messages back and forth, but to this day, she never forgets. In fact, I got a message from her right before I came on stage. Now, I know, in this attention economy, she spends her time and her energy propping me up. And you know what? I feed off of it. I do. Yes, it's a little dopamine hit because of the tiny notification in my DMs, but her messages are genuine, and she's special to me. Now, at this point in my career, I can't really affect any significant change in her life. Like, I'm not in that tax bracket just yet. I don't make that much money. But here's a story of a young girl who wrote her favorite content creator, and her life was changed forever. She was a young Irish girl who was struggling with a chronic illness when she picked up her first Harry Potter book. And she was so gripped by the story that she decided to write J.K. Rowling. She sent her fan art, handmade jewelry, and fan fiction about her favorite storylines. And you know what? J.K. Rowling wrote her back. They became pen pals. Okay, I'm just going to let that sink in for a second. Years later, she convinced her father to drive her from Termafec in Ireland all the way to London, England for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to audition for her favorite role in the books, Luna Lovegood. Cut to weeks later, J.K. Rowling was going over the cast list for her newest film when she found a familiar name, a name of a pen pal from years ago. That name was Ivana Lynch, and we met a couple years ago at a fan conference. She liked my musical. I liked her everything. And we became friends and later roommates, forever bonded by our intense love of the boy who lived. Now, I tell you this story because I think that there is power in honoring the fangirl inside. Creating fan art, writing fan fiction, respectfully reaching out to your favorite creators and expressing gratitude, forming communities around the things that you're passionate about. That's not weird. That's beautiful. And it can pull you out of the darkest, deepest parts of your life and inspire you to change for the better. It did for Ivana, and it certainly did for me. Now, I don't know, I'm only one person, you guys. I can't really stop the train on the internet of not listening to fangirls. But I can help you refrain certain aspects of their behavior online so that you see what I see, okay? First up, selfies. Now, mainstream media likes to credit selfies as the reason why everyone born after 1981 is a narcissist. In truth, Gen Zers are taking less selfies than ever before, but the younger demographics and selfies are often packaged together, so we'll start there. When I see a selfie, I don't see proof of self-obsession. I see proof of existence. It's a visual exclamation of, I was here. It's a chance to curate your image based off of what you think you look like. It's a message of ownership. Next up, Visco girls. Yeah, you see, and scrunchies, maybe. I see environmentally conscious, upper middle class young women who eschew thick makeup and other presentational forms of femininity and who practice wearing their values on the sleeves. Now, if you find me after this talk, we can go over e-girls, insta-baddies, and soft girls. But we'll end with this.
Yes! Let's go!
You see a grown man who is celebrating something that he's passionate about. And you're right, he is a grown man. But I see my boyfriend celebrating the kingdoms that he has spent hours creating on his video game. No, for real. In fangirl spaces, we call this the squee. The squee is like an onomatopoeia of that feeling when you get so excited that your butt clenches and you emit this like sound. It's the squee. And I guess if I had an ultimate message for you today, it's to let it out. Let out your girlishness, your tenacity, your curiosity, your sense of community. Let it go hand in hand with what you're passionate about. Because it's only when we start honoring the fangirl inside that we will start honoring the fangirls outside. Intellect and cynicism are not the same thing. Excitement and naivete are not the same thing. We can all be passionate, y'all. We can all be curious. And most importantly, we can all squee. Thank you so much.
can you all take a seat really quick? We have one more thing for you, and then we'll let you go out get your food. All right, thank you guys so much for coming out. My name is Ria. I'm here with Rubani and Shivani, and we're presenting to you the award winners for Award for Innovation. So every year, TEDx U of M gives out $1,000 to an individual, organization, or business in the Ann Arbor community that's working toward positive impact. So this year's winner have used art, science, and technology to create healthcare solutions for individuals in our community. Without any further ado, please congratulate our winners for this year, MedLaunch.
Hi, I'm Sujai.
Hi, I'm Madison.
So first of all, thank you so much to TEDx for giving us this award. A lot of people have worked hundreds of hours to make MedLaunch possible, and I think getting this award tonight is it's a testament to how far we've come since the 2 years we've started. A little bit about how we started first. So I'm sitting in my apartment, anxiously trying to cram for an exam. I have to memorize hundreds of PowerPoint slides, and then I become disillusioned. I'm like, what is the point of this? I'm just gonna regurgitate this information on an exam, forget it the minute the proctor tells me to put my pencil down. I'm not really creating something, innovating something. What I really wanna do is make something with my own hands. Manufacture something, code something that someone will actually use, design something that fits someone's needs. And that's when I met James.
James lived 2 floors down from Sujai. He was a student in the School of Social Work and really loved to play the guitar and paint. His secret talent was coming up with simple solutions to everyday problems. A few years back, James decided to go visit a friend in Colorado. He was interested in learning how to mountain bike, and his friend agreed to go with him. As James was speeding down a mountain, he lost control of his bike, flew over a ledge headfirst, and fractured his spine. This injury caused him to become quadriplegic. As James was adjusting to life as a person with quadriplegia, he realized that he was experiencing challenges he had never faced before. Because of his innovativeness, he had tons of ideas for how to address these problems, but didn't have the time or the resources to carry them all through. He was looking to partner with someone who could help take these ideas and create them.
So I'd probably walked past James hundreds of times in my apartment, but when we finally met, that's when MedLaunch was born. 2 people in the same apartment building who could both help each other. That's what MedLaunch is about, bringing together these disconnected communities in order to create meaningful solutions. There was me who wanted to learn how to create cool things. There was James who had all these creative ideas and just needed someone to bring them to life.
So what are the outcomes of this partnership? MedLaunch has created an adaptive Nerf gun for a little girl with muscular dystrophy that allows her to play Nerf guns with her brother. We've also made an adaptive tennis racket for people with limited arm mobility. Currently, we're working on 2 projects for James. We're making him in a more accessible art studio, and we're creating a mechanism that will allow him to play the guitar. So, as MedLaunch has been growing and evolving, we've taken a moment to step back and reflect on what we've learned throughout this entire process. One thing that's really stuck out to all of us is that when we're designing a solution, when we're creating something with a community partner instead of for them, our solutions turn out so much more successfully.
So the reality is that the people who might be able to bring your ideas to life, take them to the next level, they might be a lot closer than you think. In fact, they might just be 2 floors away in the same apartment building. So thank you so much. Check out our website. We have a big red button that says Let's Talk, and I'd love if all of you could reach out to us. And once again, thank you to TEDx for this award.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will go ahead into intermission. Please return to your seats by 8:20 p.m. Once again, at this time, we will go into intermission. Please return to your seats by 8:20 p.m. During tonight's intermission, please take a moment to check out the work of Speaker Sean Alquist in the Speakers Display, Section 13, near the restroom. The time is now 8:13 p.m. Our program will resume in 7 minutes. Once again, our program will resume in 7 minutes. The time is now 8:16 p.m. We would like to remind everyone that we will begin promptly at 8:20 p.m. We ask that everyone please begin to return to your seats at this time. Once again, we ask that everyone please begin to return to your seats at this time. Good evening, everyone. The time is now 8:20 p.m. and our program will be resuming shortly. Please return to your seat at this time. Once again, the time is now 8:20 p.m. and the program will be resuming shortly. Please return to your seat at this time. All right, Tina, you ready? Tina? Okay, well, there we go. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Here to welcome us back for the second half of this evening's program, please welcome to the stage, Tina Tripathi.
Sunny days come few and far between, but whether they occur here in Ann Arbor or all the way across the world in places like Taiwan and Sweden, our next speaker, David Zinn, takes full advantage of them, as well as the abundance of inspiration that lies underfoot in order to create images that want to be seen. Today, he joins us to talk about his experience with street art, as well as his medium of choice, the chalk and the sidewalk. Please join me in welcoming David Zinn.
I am a compulsive doodler. I doodle on placemats and bar coasters and napkins, anything I can get my hands on everywhere I go. Doodling is how my parents kept me quiet as a child, and doodling is generally how I avoid talking to people as an adult. However, despite thousands and thousands of hours spent doodling, I do not think of myself as an artist, or at least not a capital A artist. I don't own the hat, I can't grow the mustache, but more importantly, I don't think capital A artists are afraid of blank canvases. And I'd like to talk to you today about my fear of blank canvases and how a street lamp helped me get around it. Twice. In 1985, I was a high school student here in Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor was quieter in the 1980s than it is now. Shorter buildings, narrower streets, incandescent street lights, and parking meters that accepted actual nickels and dimes. And one day I was walking down Washington Street and I saw, painted in the middle of the sidewalk, Mickey Mouse's head. And it was definitely Mickey Mouse. It had the wide grin and the big eyes and that nose that weirdly looks like a thumbprint. But the most impressive thing is that it was definitely Mickey Mouse's head, even though it was missing the most important feature. It had no ears. Now, whoever painted it, they couldn't have run out of time because all of the black parts of the picture have been stenciled simultaneously, and it didn't seem likely that they'd forgotten, because who forgets that Mickey Mouse has ears? And if I'd been a more serious person in 1985, I might have wondered about what this meant, whether it was symbolic of the cultural deafness of corporate entertainment media. But I was a teenager and I had stuff to do, so I just kept walking and I forgot all about it. I wouldn't have remembered it to tell you about it today if I hadn't happened to walk down the same street a few weeks later, at night, after the streetlights turned on, and discovered that the earless Mickey painted randomly on the sidewalk was not random at all, because at night the light from the nearest street lamp hit one of those double-headed parking meters, and the shadow from that parking meter fell exactly where it needed to be to give earless Mickey his ears. Now, suddenly understanding that this seemingly random thing had been so precisely placed for such a ridiculous reason, it made me childishly happy. I wanted to tell everyone I knew so they could have the same experience, and then realized that they couldn't have the same experience unless I let them discover it for themselves. And then I wanted to find out everything I could about this genius artist. But of course that was impossible because the earless Mickey was unsigned. There was no indication of who had made it. It was years before I even met anyone else who had seen it and could confirm that I hadn't hallucinated the whole thing. And at least 20 years went by before I met anyone else who claimed to know who had done it. The problem is I met several people who claimed to know the story behind the earless Mickey, and their stories did not agree. Only 3 facts were consistent. There had been several Mickeys painted all over town. They'd all been painted by a guy named Chris, and Chris had died a few years later, so I had no hope of finding him and talking to him myself. Now, I didn't want to get on stage here today and attribute one of the most important art experiences of my life to some guy named Chris. So I did some serious research. I Googled it. But unfortunately, who painted a Mickey Mouse head on the streets of Ann Arbor in the 1980s is one of those few questions that the internet knows almost nothing about. In a world where you can get thousands of search results on the most pointless topic, the total list of relevant Google answers in this case was 2. And they did not agree. One source gave credit to a Chris Dunn, which is unfortunately also the name of a very popular children's book illustrator who has never set foot in Ann Arbor and was not alive in the 1980s. Another source was just as confident that the earless Mickey was painted by Chris Frayne, a local artist who designed logos for the Blind Pig Cafe and the Washtenaw Dairy, and brother of the lead singer of a very popular band Commander Cody and the Lost Planet Airmen. Now, as luck would have it, my uncle was briefly one of the Lost Planet Airmen. So I went and I asked him about it. And he said two things. First, he said, "Doesn't sound like something Chris Frayne would do," which was somehow even less helpful than the internet. But then he said something else. He said, "Why does it matter?" And he had a point. Because Chris Dunn or Chris Frayne or whatever space alien had created the earless Mickey, he or she or they had put zero effort into claiming authorship. And in visual art, that's unusual. And in street art, it's almost unheard of. Graffiti is often nothing but the artist's signature. And famous paintings, unlike famous songs or famous quotes, are never by anonymous. There's always a name. Sometimes it seems like we're only supposed to care because of the name. And that is what gave Earless Mickey its power. Because without a who, there was no way to investigate why. And without a why, it was hard to be absolutely certain that this was a work of art and not a hallucination. Or at least a secret message that was placed there specifically for me to find. And in a way it was. Not everyone walks down that block of Washington Street. And of those that do, only some of us look at our feet while we walk or walk around after dark, much less do both at the same time. And the number of people who were lucky enough to notice that exact spot first during the day and then at night was probably in the tens. This was an exclusive experience offered to an accidental elite. It was a piece of performance art in which the only performer was a streetlight turning on. And the only audience was whoever happened to notice. And that's another thing. Looking back on it now that artists like Banksy have made street art more respectable, I think the Earless Mickey still stands out as a piece of street art that can really only exist on the street. Lots of graffiti artists have had exhibitions inside galleries, and whole walls have been chipped away and sold to collectors after Banksy put art on them. But if you wanted to recreate the Earless Mickey inside an art gallery, you would have to recreate everything. The parking meter, the street lamp, and even the nighttime. And even if you did go through all of that trouble, it wouldn't be remotely the same, because all of those things would have been placed there by choice. And anyone can put a parking meter next to a street lamp so that the shadow looks like Mickey Mouse ears. The genius of this artist was in noticing that all of those things had already happened, and they were just waiting for someone to celebrate that opportunity. And that was the most important lesson I learned from this. That choice and opportunity are not the same thing. Because when I say that I'm afraid of blank canvases, what I'm really afraid of is choices. If you give me a blank piece of paper and you tell me to draw anything I want on this blank piece of paper, suddenly anything I want is just way too many options to choose from. And they can't all be good choices, which means some of them are bad choices. And I never seem to know which kind of choice I've made until it's too late to go back. Oh, and that's just on a piece of paper, of course. If you sit me down in front of tubes of paint and brushes and an actual literal blank canvas, then my mind is guaranteed to go blank, because now not only do I have to make even more choices, I am now undeniably trying to make capital A art. And the sad irony about capital A art is that even though none of us know what we're doing the first time we try to paint a picture, most of us feel like we shouldn't be allowed to touch a paintbrush until we do. I've only met one group of people that can just pick up a brush and make art without fear or self-doubt. And they're all under the age of 5. And that actually is what clicked, finally, with me and the Earless Mickey, because it reminded me of a game my brother and I used to play, where we would challenge each other to make drawings out of scribbles on a piece of paper. And I never really thought about it at the time, But neither one of us ever lost that game. We never lost because it's actually easier to find inspiration on a canvas that isn't blank. And, drawing something on top of a scribble, that's not making capital A art. That's just playing around with something that happens to be in front of you. It's easy. Turns out there's a name for why this is easy. It's called pareidolia. Pareidolia is when you see specific meaning in things that are random or ambiguous. Pareidolia is why people see animals in clouds, and dog noses in knotholes, and vegetables that seem weirdly upset about being cut in half. Pareidolia is responsible for our entire system of constellations, all because our ancestors stared up at the night sky for hours and hours and hours until one guy inevitably said, "Hey, call me crazy, but doesn't that kind of look like a bull?" So because of this, I decided the best way for me to get around my fear of making capital A art on blank canvases was to make small a art on all the canvases that aren't blank. I committed myself to becoming a very serious doodler, and I never missed an opportunity to just mess around with whatever scribbles and spaces were in front of me. This turned out to be a very practical decision. I got my first job right out of college, all because someone who needed an artist noticed that a sign-in board on campus was covered with elaborate, unnecessary doodles, all trickling down from the space next to my name. And that got me hired as a freelance illustrator, which was the perfect job for me, because the pages I drew on were never blank when I got them. My drawings were always tucked into the bottom of a chart or wedged between two columns of text. And these irregular, cluttered spaces were like playing the scribble game with my brother. They were the ears to my Mickey. It was a fantastic thing. It was actually an outright miracle because for 20 years, I worked as a professional small A artist. I doodled logos for shops and diagrams for businesses and posters for theaters, all while avoiding all the blank canvases. But then a few years ago, I stumbled across a new problem. Maybe because I was using pareidolia every day for my job, or maybe because I owed a debt to the earless Mickey for teaching me all of this. Every time I went outside, the specks and the cracks in the sidewalk underneath my feet looked increasingly like things that wanted to be drawn. And on nice days, when I was not necessarily all that excited about sitting at a computer drawing recycling instructions, these temptations were hard for a compulsive doodler to ignore. So finally, on a day when a job I was working on was really not going very well, and the weather outside was beautiful to a degree which really only happens in Michigan maybe 12 days out of the year, I grabbed some chalk that I had lying around the house, and I went outside, telling myself that I was going to brainstorm for the job. And this was a lie. What I was actually going outside to do was to make the most important discovery of my life, which is that the creative potential of the sidewalk goes way beyond parking meter shadows. There are cracks for creatures to look out of, and there are holes that want to be hippos, and there are vents that want to be swashbuckling dinosaurs, and sprinkler head frogs, and garden plant poodles, and these little metal plates, which you start to realize are just about everywhere on the sidewalk, everywhere you go, and they all want to be something more than what they are, or just have someone make eye contact with them. As it turns out, chalk is the perfect tool for avoiding capital A art. It's cheap, it's childish, it fits in your pocket, and if you break it, you now have twice as much chalk. No one expects you to know what you're doing when you first start using it. And if you can draw a stick figure, you are above the average skill level in the community of people who draw with it. And also, like the earless Mickey, this is a kind of street art that can really only exist on the street. Not only because it's a layer of dust on the ground, but because it's inspired by and stuck to pieces of the real world. So since you can't take it home, and you certainly can't sell it to a gallery, you have no reason not to just enjoy having an excuse to be outside on a nice day, and maybe the opportunity to leave a secret message for the next person who looks at their feet while they walk. This was such a natural fit for me, and my chalk drawings became so popular on the internet, I had to give up my job to make more time for crawling around outside. I got comfortable with being a medium-sized day artist, only because, my gallery was the sidewalk and my tools had Crayola stamped on the side. But it was a surprisingly level-headed career move. I now sell books and prints and tote bags of my imaginary friends. I visit schools and festivals all over the world. And more importantly, the thing I used to do to avoid talking to people is now the primary way that I connect with them. Really, there's only one thing that Sidewalk Chalk hasn't been able to help me with, and that's blank walls. Chalk doesn't stick to walls as well as it sticks to the ground. And walls tend to belong to people who might not be okay with me trying to stick chalk to them. So I tend to leave them alone, which is frustrating. And until recently, Ann Arbor had a surprisingly large number of blank walls in it. And that was very, very frustrating. And since I couldn't really think of anything to do to make a difference about this, I did what seemed like the next best thing. I took pictures of them. For years, I collected all these frustratingly blank spaces in a private photo gallery that I called the Walls of Shame. And I think I told myself that I would eventually throw all these pictures on the desk of the mayor or the city council and demand that something be done. But the truth of it is, I never even got around to showing them to anybody. I just did it to make myself feel better, like I was keeping tabs on the enemy. And then 6 years ago, after they finished a new underground parking structure on Fifth Avenue, I stumbled across a new candidate for the Walls of Shame. It was a very small wall, just the backside of an entrance ramp. But it was right in the middle of town, right in between the library and the post office and the bus station, so I walked past it almost every day. And the smallness was what made it so frustrating, because if I had been brave enough to put some art on it, I wouldn't have even needed a ladder. So I tried to ignore it day after day and month after month. And I finally decided I needed to take its picture for the Walls of Shame. But I immediately ran into a problem, because no matter where I stood, I couldn't photograph the full horrible blankness of this wall without this post in the way. Every time I tried to get that space square in the picture, there was this big, stupid post just sticking up in the middle of this blank canvas. A big post with a lamp on it. And yes, when you consider that a literal street lamp was involved, I should have remembered the lessons of the earless Mickey much sooner than I did. I'm embarrassed to admit how much time and how many bad photos I wasted before I finally realized that the object preventing me from documenting this blank canvas was also the solution to my problem. Now, thank you. This mural, oh, that's very nice. Now, this mural, which I painted with the help of the same uncle who said, "Why does it matter?" Has some undeniable advantages over chalk art. I mean, most obviously, it doesn't wash away in the rain. But that means we were able to paint it during the day, even though it is much better viewed at night. And better yet, at night in the rain, which was never going to happen with a chalk drawing. And also, like the earless Mickey, this too is a piece of performance art. But in this case, the performer is not just the street lamp, but whoever decides to hang off of it. And most importantly, this, my one piece of maybe capital A art on the streets of Ann Arbor, is always there to remind me that, yes, blank canvases may be scary, but they're also rare. Our choices are always guided by what's in front of us. And sometimes the difference between an obstacle and an opportunity is just a matter of perspective. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, we're back.
By popular demand.
So we just want to give David another big round of applause and a big thank you. We just want to thank him for sharing his story because TEDx U of M strives to provide a platform for ideas worth spreading. And now we're actually going to give one lucky audience member the chance to share their own ideas.
And I'm sure that as you've been watching these talks tonight, it's gone through your head, if I could give a TED Talk, I would talk about blah, blah, blah. Well, now's your chance. Earlier this evening, we had a lab activity where you could either enter your name or you could also enter a topic where you would get on what you would want to give a TED Talk on. And now it's time to bring that lucky person up on the stage and put your money where your mouth is, okay?
Okay, are we ready to announce our speaker?
Right?
Can I get a drum roll, please?
All right, all right. All right, it's getting a little difficult.
Our speaker is Amin Hamdan. Hamdan?
Amin, come on
Amin.
down. Woo!
Yeah.
Show him some love. Show him some love. There we go.
Okay.
Oh.
You good? You can come up through the stairs over there. Yep.
Thank you. All right, Amin.
Can we get another round of applause for Amin?
Come on.
Yeah.
He's doing us a big favor. All right, Amin, you can stand right here.
And your topic is, can we get another drum roll, please?
Come on.
Bees.
Bees. Well,
Okay.
all right.
So you have about 3 minutes to give your TED Talk. So whenever you're ready.
Good luck.
Here's your mic.
Thank you. Hi. I didn't expect this to happen, but yeah, my name's Amin Hamdan. I guess I'll be doing my TED Talk on bees. This is not a bad topic for me because I'm actually doing a project in one of my classes on bees. It's literally called Save the Bees. So, I mean, it's perfect for it. So, I mean, I have some decent information I could probably throw out there, but we'll just see how it kind of turns out. I mean, we know that bees are obviously the world's pollinators for most plants. Oh, yeah. But obviously they're dying at a rapid rate, which is, no clap for that. But obviously not obviously, but people know that they produce about 90%, well, we rely on bees for about 90% of all food production. I know that. And I think when you also think about how our population is probably going to increase to, it's like 9.7 billion in 2050. So obviously, a higher demand for food with lower availability for the actual food. I mean, they're going to have problems, obviously. But there are definitely still some solutions that people can do. I mean, just as individuals, you can, probably support your local farms, bee farmers. They probably know what's best for this stuff. You could obviously plant more flowers, plant more native species of plants. What else could you do? Oh yeah, you probably stop using insecticides that are killing all the bees. Trying to think of one more I could throw out there. Birds? I don't know. Someone said birds. I think I'm good. I think that will end my TED Talk spiel.
Wait, don't go anywhere.
Well, I think that was pretty incredible, if I do say so myself. So, Debbie, do we have anything for our lovely speaker tonight?
As a thank you, we wanted to give you a hat. These are on sale in the lobby for $15.
Some shameless self-promo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, hey, Rachna, speaking of bees, you want to be mine for Valentine's Day?
Okay, that's our cue.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Hope
you.
you enjoy the rest of the conference. We're going to come this way.
Hello, everybody. I know so much more about bees now. Wasn't that informative? So interesting. Our next speaker is an Ann Arbor native, and she's been here ever since the 80s when she was a student. And ever since, she has been fighting for social change and cooking up some pretty darn good food. By rather unconventional paths, she's found herself as the owner of 3 vegan restaurants here in town, and she has a pretty incredible story to go along with them. Her restaurants are based upon compassion, community empowerment, and trust. And I am so excited to welcome our next speaker, Phyllis Engelbert.
Thank you. If you've ever walked through downtown Ann Arbor or the North Campus area, you may have seen the Lunchroom or Detroit Street Filling Station or the Lunchroom Bakery and Cafe. You may have stopped in for some healthy vegan food or live music. But what you might not know, what goes on behind the scenes, is that the majority of people who are cooking and serving your food are in recovery from drug and alcohol addictions. Our business supports and nurtures these individuals. We provide a framework for them to piece their lives back together and to give back to those around them. Tonight I'm going to talk to you about our recovery workplace and tell you the stories of some of our amazing staff members. Our mission-based business practices are related to the fact that I came to the restaurant world by a very unusual path. I was not a business major. I was not a chef or a culinary student. In fact, I had very little prior restaurant experience. My background is being a community organizer and activist. Starting in the 1980s when I was a U of M student, and for the next 3 decades, I advocated for peace and civil rights and civil liberties, for prison reform, for workers' rights, and more. My own rap sheet includes 3 arrests for civil disobedience. The common thread running through my endeavors has been community building and organizational development. It is those skills that I brought with me into the restaurant world and into the recovery business world. My foray into food began in 2010. I was burned out from working, decided to take a break, and my only agenda was to be open to opportunities that came my way. I bicycled across the state with a group of musicians, took a wilderness canoe trip, and managed a friend's successful city council campaign. Those were great days. Then, and they still are, and I started cooking vegan food with my friend who became my business partner. We threw dinner parties for our friends. We held pop-up meals at various locations, and then in 2011, we opened a food cart. After 2 successful seasons as a food cart, we, in 2013, opened our first brick and mortar restaurant, The Lunchroom. Over the next 4 years, we opened 2 more brick and mortar locations. My business's foray into the world of recovery began in 2014. It started with one young man who came in to apply for a dishwashing job. He stated in his interview that he was a recovering alcoholic and had entered treatment. He was living in a transitional house, which is a sober living residence run by Dawn Farms, addiction treatment agency. He had flunked out of school and had worn out the patience of his friends and family. At the moment, while I admired his honesty, I did not know the significance of those statements for him personally or what they were going to mean for my business. I watched that young man stay sober and help others stay sober. He got back into school, completed his undergraduate degree, and is at this very moment a successful student at U of M Law School. Yeah. That individual brought us more employees from the recovery community, and pretty quickly we became known as a recovery-friendly workplace. To date, we've had more than 125 people in recovery work for us. Over the years, we have honed our practices and policies to provide the best possible support for our employees in recovery. We schedule them in a way that allows them to go to meetings and to fulfill service commitments. We give them permission to step outside and call their sponsors. We have senior staff members in recovery who can help those who may be struggling. We hold them to the same high workplace standards that we hold all of our employees. And to underscore our commitment to their health and well-being, we offer full health and dental benefits to all of our full-time employees. Several of our staff members have volunteered to share their stories with you tonight. The first person is Mitch. Mitch has 2 years of sobriety and is a kitchen manager, and he is kind of a miracle. Mitch began abusing substances at age 11. At age 14, he was using IV heroin. He has done time in jail and prison. Mitch has overdosed 24 times and twice has been in a coma. Right, he's a miracle. At age 28, he finally got his addiction under control, and today he has a serious meditation practice. He's a leader in the local Buddhist-centered recovery movement, and he is an amazing human being. He is a patient, gentle, and effective leader. You may wonder why we do this. What's in it for us to invest in human beings who need a chance and to be a recovery workplace? The answer is that community building is our mission. It is our business plan. Of course, a healthy business needs a viable bottom line. Without that, the business would fail and none of this would matter. But we find that building community does drive our bottom line. Our employees respond to the trust and care that we put into them by giving their best to the business. All of this leads to a wonderful restaurant ambiance and delicious food, which keeps our customers coming back. The intention is to support people in recovery. The result is a healthy business. The next person I'm going to talk to you about is Crystal. Crystal now has 10 months sober, and she is a server. She previously had 12 years of sobriety, but relapsed after the breakup of her marriage. During the time that she was using, she lost her job, she lost her home, and her family. Today, Crystal has repaired those relationships, and she relishes in the fact that her children and grandchildren now call her because they want to spend time with her. Many of our employees deal with complicating and stigmatizing factors, including mental illness, incarceration, homelessness. The tie-in with mental illness comes from the fact that people with depression or other disorders may self-medicate with drugs or alcohol and thereby develop addictions. When they try to stop using, the feelings that they have been suppressing come rushing back and can be overwhelming. The link with incarceration is that people get arrested for drunk driving or possession, and that addicts may do anything to attain their next fix, including committing crimes. Many of our employees have done time behind bars, ranging from months to years to decades. Their criminal records make it difficult for them to obtain housing and employment or get access to education or credit. Some of our employees deal with traumatizing histories of homelessness, violence, or having had to give up their children. Each of these conditions carries tremendous pain and stigma. It's very difficult to succeed without a support network that is equal parts love and accountability. In our workplace, people can be honest about who they are. There is nothing to hide. They are not shunned for their past actions. Rather, they are celebrated for taking the courageous steps necessary to turn their lives around. Ian is a cook who just got 6 months sober. Ian was addicted from an early age and has had periods of time panhandling on the streets. He has found work in kitchens where his addiction only deepened. He credits his sobriety today with the support that he receives from his coworkers in the kitchen who are also sober and in recovery. I spoke with Ian 3 days ago on his 6-month sober anniversary, and he told me that he never knew that life could be like this. Even with all the support we provide, we can't pretend that relapse doesn't happen. When an employee relapses, they cannot stay at work for their own safety and for the sake of others. However, we do have a return to work plan. The employee first has to be honest about their situation. They have to determine the reasons for their relapse. And then they develop a relapse prevention plan and track their recovery goals. Their progress determines when they will be allowed back to work. Several of our employees have returned to work following this process. Some have done it 2 or 3 times, demonstrating that the path to recovery is not necessarily linear. David, pictured here, is a manager with 3 years of sobriety. He is one of our senior people in recovery to whom others turn to for support. David has an incredible story of his own. His addiction led to periods of living in abandoned houses and in his car, and ultimately to a year in jail. Upon release, after going through treatment, he came to work for us, and David is the only individual to have worked every position in every one of our locations. And we are going to return to David a little bit later in this talk. There is much to celebrate in our recovery workplace. We celebrate a lot, and those of you who follow us on social media may have seen some of that. We celebrate when somebody gets 6 months sober, 9 or 12 months sober, 1 or 2 or 3 years sober. We celebrate when they get off probation or when they get their driver's license back. We celebrate when they buy a car or when they sign a lease to their own apartment or get back into school. We celebrate when they repair damaged relationships or even get their children back. Dylan is a cook at our bakery and cafe location. Dylan describes his journey of going from being depressed and addicted and unable to accomplish anything to where he is now, where he has unlimited energy. Dylan is known to single-handedly handle an extremely busy lunch rush. Where he used to be the worry of his family, and now they call on him for support and advice. So many of us, especially in the university community, take for granted a normal and productive life. For addicts and alcoholics, that can be extremely difficult to attain. At our restaurants, we see people move mountains time and again. After society has given up on them, and they have all but given up on themselves, they embrace recovery, and one step at a time, they become productive, reliable, and happy people. They find their place and purpose, and they continue their personal growth. Mike is a manager. He comes from an IT background. When others in the recovery community suggested that he come to work for Detroit Street, he made a hard detour in his career path and came to work for our restaurant, and today he stays because of the honesty and support that he finds in our recovery workplace. Brandon is a recent U of M grad. When alcoholism threatened to derail his education, he found support in the university's collegiate recovery program. Today he finds support in his family of coworkers. Cameron, who does just about anything that's asked of him in the business, is a server at 2 locations and a bartender, and he helps with graphic design. He is also a very talented muralist. Cameron painted this mural in the bathroom at Detroit Street Filling Station. You should go see it if you haven't. If you're not a woman, I can take you in and show you. And he has more murals to come. Here are some snapshots of some of our other employees in recovery. Mike, on the left, has 14 months of sobriety and is a father to 2 young daughters. Anthony, on the right, has a year and a half of sobriety under his belt. He likes to wear his apron backwards as a cape and call himself Prep Man. Bruce has 5 months sober. He creates some of those incredibly delicious dinner specials you may have tried, and he moonlights as a stand-up comic. Eric is a kitchen manager at the lunchroom. You might have recognized him. He's a friendly guy who talks to just about everybody who comes in. His side gig is coaching hockey to young kids. John is a dishwasher at 2 locations. He's in grad school for hospital administration, and he and his wife are raising a beautiful baby boy. Kimber has 3 years of sobriety. She's a manager at the lunchroom, and she also runs a transitional house for women in recovery. Trisha, 6 months sober, is a server. She is beloved by our guests and her coworkers alike. Zach has 14 months of sobriety. He is a cook. He is an absolute beast in the kitchen. He has a love for all things food and country music. And then there's Megan, pictured in the front row. Megan is a key player within our organization. She is a manager at 2 of our locations. She has 3+ years of sobriety and parents a 12-year-old daughter and is a full-time student. Megan has more stamina than anybody I know. She can crush a busy lunch rush at the lunchroom and then come over and do it all over again for dinner at Detroit Street Filling Station. So this is David, who we saw a few slides back. He is pictured here. He recently gave the honors convocation speech at Washtenaw Community College, where he is a 4.0 student. And David was recently admitted to the University of Michigan, where he will transfer in the fall. He is going to study linguistics with an eye towards law school. And here is some very happy news. David and Megan, who met here in our recovery workplace, are now engaged. I cannot tell you how much I have learned and grown from my years in our recovery workplace. Everything that I give, I get back tenfold in love and joy. It is an honor to participate in people's journeys to piece their lives back together. Now that I look back at where I was, trying to change the world, to where I am now, operating in a much smaller sphere with an emphasis on individuals, there are certain things that run through all of it. Regardless of what you're doing, operate with compassion, defy stigma, build community, and take care of each other. Create spaces that are safe, healing, empowering, and transforming. Just like our restaurants, you can't always see from the outside what is going on the inside. You can bet that within even the roughest characters, there is a gem, and in the right conditions, that gem will shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis, for that inspiring talk.
We are extremely excited to announce our next performer to the stage. This group has it all: passion, style, and most importantly, an insane amount of musical talent.
This University of Michigan co-ed a cappella group thrives on pushing boundaries and trying new things. Without further ado, the DJs.
One, two, three, four.
Candy, she's sweet like candy in my veins. Baby, I'm dying for another taste. And every night my mind is running around her. Thumbs get louder and louder. I'm up in the woods. I'm down on my mind. I'm building a still to slow down the time. I'm up in the woods. I'm down on my mind. to slow down the time. I'm up in the woods, I'm down on my mind, I'm building a still to slow down the time. I'm up in the woods, I'm down on my mind, I'm building a still to slow down the time. I'm up in the woods, I'm down on my mind, building a still, I'm building a still to slow down the time. I'm up in the woods, down on my mind, building a still, I'm building a still to slow down the
Dreams, dreams, dreams. I've been having dreams. Jumping on a trampoline.
flipping in the air. I never land to float there.
As I'm looking up, suddenly the sky erupts. Flames alight the trees, spreads of fallen leaves. Now they're right upon me. Wait, if I'm on fire, how am I so deep in love when I dream of dying? I never felt so lost.
I've been having dreams, splashing in a summer stream,
Tripping or falling, I wanted it to happen.
my body turns to ice,
My body turns to ice.
crushing weight of paradise.
Paradise, solid block of gold, lying in the cold. I feel right at home. Wait, if I'm on fire, how am I so deep in love when I dream of dying? I never felt so loved.
I never felt so loved. Taking it all for us, doing it all for love. Taking it all, doing it all for love.
La 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 la.
I've been having dreams, jumping on a trampoline, flipping in the air. I never land to float there. Wait, if I'm on fire, how am I so deep in love when I dream of dying? I never felt so loved.
Our next speaker is a senior at U of M studying information science. After founding her Instagram and Facebook account, Students of UMich, she aims to use technology to build human connections. Welcoming to the stage someone who lives her life at the intersection of technopolitics and storytelling, I am very proud to introduce Samya to the stage.
So, when I was a kid, my dad bought me this book, and it was called The Most Beautiful Places in the World to Travel. And as a kid, I'd flip through that book page by page and beg my parents, can we go here? Can we go here? But the most frequent place that my parents would take me was the farmer's market. Granted, it was a 20-minute drive, but it wasn't exactly where I wanted to be. And the thing is, whenever we would go there, my mom would just stand there talking to people for hours. We'd hardly buy anything. She would just stand there. One day I turned to her and I said, Mom, why can't we just buy our zucchinis and leave? Why do we have to stand here talking to people? And she turned to me and she said, I thought you said you wanted to travel. And that's when it hit me that the most important lesson that my parents taught me was that I didn't need to physically be somewhere to travel. I didn't need a plane ticket. I could mentally travel through other people's stories. So my mom and I developed a thing that we like to call people understanding. That's taking people watching to the next level. I developed a love of talking to people, not just for the sake of talking, but to see what makes their eyes light up, see what makes them tick. So storytelling is a fundamental part of society and culture. It's the way we transmit important information and values from one person to the next. It's a very primal form of communication because our artistic expressions tend to be very authentic. Actually, listening to a story lights up the same part of the brain as pleasure. And when you're actively listening and engaged into a story, according to MIT researchers, your brainwaves literally become in sync with the storyteller. So stories are important because they allow us to connect emotion to information. But just as stories and content have adapted through time, so have the mediums through which they travel. In 2010, Brandon Stanton created Humans of New York. For those of you who don't know what Humans of New York is, it's a photo blog series of portraits and interviews, giving the worldwide audience of the internet a glimpse into a stranger's life in New York. And let me tell you, this revolutionized storytelling, right? Because at one point, stories used to be passed down through lineages. I would tell my kids, they would tell their kids, and so on and so forth. But now, stories can be passed out through networks. Throughout my time here at the University of Michigan and School of Information, I've become interested in how storytelling can further extend to political opinions and world perspectives. I find a parallel between storytelling and the virtual realm and seek to understand how information influences the way that we think. In a world where ideas are appearing more and more democratic and voices seem equal, I've learned one very important concept. If you're missing one piece of the story, you have a completely different narrative. I created Students of UMich as a freshman in college. It's a Facebook and Instagram blog that draws upon my love for storytelling by engaging in deeper conversation and emulating Brandon Stanton's blogging methods. It was originally a spur-of-the-moment decision. It allowed me to practice my portrait photography, get a little bit out of my comfort zone, and continue to mentally travel. It voiced diverse students' journeys as they chased their passions and became enmeshed in university life. But soon it started to pick up followers. Within the first year, I had about 2,000 followers. Little did I know it would take me so much more to realize what it means to mentally travel. I decided that I wanted to expand my blog to another platform, Twitter. But Twitter had a 140 character limit at the time, put in place to prevent users from getting overwhelmed with information. This was fantastic for decreasing information overload, but also decreased the amount of content I was able to post. I found it really difficult to have both the story, the context, and the details with the limited word count. In this, I found a trade-off between the integrity of the story and the character limit. Which brings me back to my point. If you're missing one piece of the story, you have a completely different narrative. My sophomore year, I decided to apply to be a photographer for the College of Engineering. I was motivated by their request for someone interested in storytelling because that was the first interest that I had seen outside my own. There I had a mentor who helped me develop a more illustrative, humanistic approach towards my portraiture through lighting techniques. So under the advice of senior multimedia producer Joseph Hsu, I developed #HerEngineering. It's a photo series that amplifies stories of resilience of female-identifying people in the College of Engineering. And these stories got personal. These stories got intimate. Actually, there was one point in time where the person I was interviewing started crying. So I put down the camera to give her space. After the interview, Joseph turned to me and he said, "Why'd you put the camera down?" Well, I wanted to give her space because at that time, I thought that the key to good storytelling was letting the other person feel comfortable. But if I'd kept the camera up, I could have captured the height of emotion. I could have really gotten to understand her on a deeper level. Now, this project was significant for me because it taught me to embrace discomfort. If I really wanted to travel through other people's stories, I needed to embrace discomfort. This includes awkward silences, moments where I can't think of what to say next, moments of crying. I learned to get both physically and mentally closer to the other person. In this, I found a trade-off between the integrity of the story and comfort. Which brings me back to my point, if you're missing one piece of the story, you have a completely different narrative. So getting a grasp of understanding the story in the physical realm, I began to question, how does it farther extend in the physical realm, or in the virtual realm? How does storytelling translate to the virtual realm, and how does it farther extend to political opinions and world perspectives? I started studying activist movements, those with big political divides. And what I found is that a lot of the information that we see online, the information that guides our emotions, may not be entirely accurate. There are usually several sides to the story, and framing can be a powerful tool. For example, in the Black Lives Matter movement, it was found that the Internet Research Agency, or the IRA, based in Russia, posted some of the more problematic and polarizing tweets, not real activists for or against the movement. So the Internet Research Agency, or the IRA, is a company in Russia organized in online influence operations for Russian businesses and political interests. These carefully crafted and maintained personas were used to impersonate politically active US citizens, people like you and me who care about the same things that we do, whichever side of the movement you're on. Now, the point of this was to put pressure on the fault lines of society, and though they didn't create political division by any means, they did work to amplify it. Now take a look at these statistics above. Think about how intertwined it was into your feed without you even knowing. It's so easy to take on someone else's views without knowing their perspective or their background or their roots. Now, I do want to focus on framing inaccuracies rather than content inaccuracies, because it's actually the framing of this that inhibits us from seeing the whole story. And once again, if you're missing one piece of the story, you have a completely different narrative. In this, I found a trade-off between the integrity of the story and heightened emotion of the viewer. Now, I do want to go back to this distinction between content inaccuracies and framing inaccuracies. Though this was an example where the content may not have been entirely accurate, there are cases where framing can still be a very powerful tool, even when the content is creepily accurate. So, have you ever been on Facebook and Instagram and lost track of time while scrolling? I know I have, right? We think we'll be online for like 5 minutes and then an hour goes by. Users like myself become addicted to social media because we see what we like. We see recommended searches, suggestions, and posts ordered in a specific way because companies have predicted what you like and what will keep you online longer. The more time that you stay on their site, the more money that they make, even if you're not actually purchasing anything. This is because you're not the consumer of these sites. You're the product being sold. So data has become the newest form of currency. It's a powerful tool that's been able to define and label members of society, predict consumer behavior, and tweak algorithms to sell people to ideas. These algorithms that change your search feed are created through a labeling process. Filter bubbles are the ways that information gets filtered out to you based on your label. And the thing about this process is you don't get to choose your label. It's completely invisible to you. Therefore, you don't get to see what information is shown to you, nor why it's shown to you. Through machine learning algorithms, companies can keep track of every piece of data exhaust that contributes to understanding you as a whole. They can keep track of your values, your vulnerabilities, your subconscious thoughts, and so much more. And these predictions, they can be about when someone will pay their bills, when someone will get sick, or even when someone will become pregnant. There was a Target case that went out about Target being able to predict a pregnancy. It's so easy to find trends on the baby registry that women who are pregnant tend to buy more unscented lotions and supplements. So in this case, Target started sending a young woman ads for baby clothes and baby cribs. And the father got upset, not knowing that his daughter was pregnant, but later appalled that Target knew about the pregnancy before his daughter could tell him. Now, think about it. Is there a way where algorithms can know more about you than you know about you? So take Find My Friends, for example, or any location tracking application. They know where you are, that's standard. But take it a step farther. They know the speed at which you're going, if you're in a car, if you're biking, if you're walking. Take it a step farther. They know your frequent locations. If you're at a coffee shop, if you're at school, if you're at work, your daily routine. Take it a step farther. Are you a fast driver? Are you confident in your driving ability? Or are you a slow, apprehensive driver? Do you tend to speed up during turns? Are you a rash decision maker? What does all this tell about your personality? So with all this insight, it may help users, or it may help advertisers to be able to cater towards emotion as well. There's actually a new form of data collection out there that can be seen as a form of weaponization, specifically when it strategically targets vulnerable groups. It's about hitting you when you're most vulnerable. The use of data to make algorithms is inherently political. It becomes intertwined into this new field of technopolitics. And one of the biggest cases of this impact was the Cambridge Analytica scandal. For those of you who don't know what the Cambridge Analytica scandal is, Cambridge Analytica was an IT company accused of data breaching, harvesting, and manipulating Facebook users to swing their votes in favor of Trump during the 2016 elections. Now, this was a significant event because it showed how easy it can be for Facebook to harvest the data of millions of users to create sophisticated political profiles. Christopher Wiley, the man who created what can be deemed as a psychological warfare tool, was able to use these sophisticated profiles and target ads to work on your specific psychological makeup. In this, there's a trade-off between the integrity of the story and persuasive content. And though this didn't work to change any deeply held or pre-existing beliefs, it did work to amplify anxieties and resentments and create divides in social groups, as well as echo chambers. So hypothetically, if I was a liberal and I went online, I would keep seeing liberal skewed posts. I wouldn't get to see the other side of the story. I would have fallen into what we call an echo chamber. Now, this is really common in the physical realm, where people tend to adopt the viewpoints of their family members or those they're physically close to. But now, it's happening online, in a place that was deemed democratic, and everyone's voices appeared equal. So if I keep seeing liberal skewed posts, I'll become polarized to liberal methodologies. Now, this isn't to say that all algorithms or filter bubbles are bad. Sure, they can reduce information overload, personalize your search feed, and even predict dangers that might affect you. But this is to say that there's a trade-off between the integrity of the story and personalized content. And once again, if you're missing one piece of the story, you have a completely different narrative. With all this insight, I decided to bring it back to students of UMich. I wanted my blog to fit into this new realm of technopolitics. I wanted my stories to take people out of their echo chambers. I wanted to give them a perspective that they'd never heard before, that they'd never even experienced. And though I still act as a filtering mechanism to some extent, I aim to bring stories that have context, have discomfort, and aren't personalized or persuasive towards your comfort zone or taste. I started hitting more taboo topics. Now, I've mentally traveled through other experiences which I couldn't have fathomed before. I got to understand what it means to have faith. I got to talk about growing up in a marginalized community, talking about sentiments before someone's father got deployed, talking about recovering from eating disorders, talking about nostalgia from the past, and even surviving sexual assault. I began to see storytelling as a means of getting out of my filter bubble. Through stories, I found a power. I found the power that people can commiserate with Syrian refugees and #MeToo marchers. They can rejoice with parents being reunited with their children after a long time. Stories have the power to allow people to participate as global citizens. And the struggles that were once deemed unfathomable slowly become ironically and enchantingly relatable. So after listening to all of these stories, I felt that a little piece of them became attached to me. Every story that I heard lingered in my head. They taught me a lesson. They humbled me, inspired me, perplexed me. They gave me confidence, and they gave me hope, and they helped me grow. I can't help but think back to my time holding my mom's hand through the farmer's market. But now I'm starting to understand what it means to have the full story. So let's talk about ways which you can see how you've been influenced. You can check your filter bubbles on Facebook and Instagram, and I actually have directions on how you can do that. You can pay attention to who's sending you ads and take note of that. You can follow people who you don't necessarily agree with, people on the opposite of the political spectrum. You can take the time to read the articles that you wouldn't normally open. You can actually view posts in chronological order on Facebook rather than the algorithmic order. And here's another way of how you can do that. And very importantly, remembering that privacy isn't about having something to hide. It's about protecting your free thinking. But more than that, I challenge all of you in the audience to step outside your filter bubbles. Get coffee with a random stranger. Introduce yourself to someone you've always wanted to talk to. Go to a presentation on a topic you're not familiar with. Embrace awkwardness and discomfort, and overcome your immediate reaction for hate and anger. Because once again, if you're missing one piece of the story, you have a completely different narrative. It's time to pop your filter bubble. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Shivani.
And my name is Natsume.
We hope you had a great time listening to our incredible speakers tonight. We know you've heard a ton of different perspectives and stories, and so we just wanted to give you a minute to reflect on that so you can truly make the most of what you've heard out here tonight. Can you relate any of the talks that you've heard this evening to your own experiences?
Do you feel more drawn to chaos or thrown off by it?
What has been your favorite story that you've heard from either speakers or other attendees today?
How can you convert the inspiration and new knowledge that you have gained throughout today into action?
So take a minute and discuss one of these questions with the people around you.
All right, let's begin to wrap things up. I know that wasn't enough time, but hopefully you were able to reflect on like one or two of your favorite moments from tonight's conference. In choosing the theme for tonight's conference, we were intrigued by the idea of entropy, of chaos in the world around us, and the innovation that comes out of this daily. But we soon realized that entropy wasn't just our theme. Our conference, in the making of it, was constantly driven by all these chaotic moments. And so the lobby design that you saw tonight, creating that out of nothing, reaching out to the speakers who you've seen do a wonderful job all night. Applause, please. And I don't know if you saw, but I accidentally almost walked on stage earlier, and I wasn't supposed to. But all of those chaotic moments we thought might go astray, but we were able to create something magical out of it. So our hope is that tonight, the stories that you've heard and the lessons that you've learned can help you navigate your way through any chaotic experiences that you may have in the future.
We hope this conference was as meaningful for you guys as it was for us. So finally, we wanted to introduce our last speaker of the night.
Our last speaker tonight graduated from the University of Michigan in 1992 with a bachelor's degree in communications and a Heisman Trophy. He then went on to have an incredible 11-year NFL career in which he became the only person to ever win Super Bowl MVP based just off his special teams performance. And now he works as a broadcast football analyst for ESPN's College Game Day. Please join me in welcoming Desmond Howard to the stage.
Just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it. And it runs Howard back. Look at that. Oh my goodness. One man. Goodbye.
Yep, that's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. We have to rewind the clock about 11 years from that day. I first started playing organized football at the age of 10 years old as a scrawny little kid in Cleveland, Ohio. Now on my team, we had a kid named Johnny. Johnny was a running back and he was exceptional. Really, really talented kid, one of the best on the team. But Johnny had one problem. He knew he was good. And because he knew he was good, he liked to do things his own way from time to time, which actually drove our head coach crazy. So one day we were at practice, and our coach was trying to get Johnny to run a 22 blast. So in simple terms, he just needed to go up the middle. That was it. Go up the middle. Johnny would get the ball and then go to his right and turn into a sweep. So finally, reluctantly, in practice, Johnny ran the play the right way, but with a slight attitude. A couple of days later, we had a game. Coach called the play, 22 blasts. Johnny took the handoff, took one step, then stepped with his left foot, planted hard, and tried to get around the right side again. But he got caught and tackled in the backfield. Coach was hotter than fish grease. I mean, he was livid. He started waving for Johnny to come out the game, didn't say not one word to the boy, just pointed to the bench. That was it. Johnny was done for the day. Didn't play any more in that game. So a couple of days later, we were at practice, and Coach gathered us around. He said, listen, Johnny's not going to be on the team anymore. He explained to us that he had no problem coaching everybody, but he could not coach anyone who thought they believed they knew more than he did. That lesson stuck with me because it taught me that no matter how talented you are, if you're not coachable, you are replaceable. Now, being coachable, the importance of being coachable is something that I've always felt strongly about. Always felt strongly about that. But what would you do to receive the best coaching? What would you do to receive the best training? What sacrifices would you make? I mean, because this doesn't have to be about sports. Let's just say you're a young violinist and you had the opportunity to learn from a maestro, but it required you giving up your social life for a significant part of time. Would you do it? Or if you're a young person in the tech world trying to find your space, and you get wind that there's going to be one of the nation's leading engineers who's going to be a guest lecturer at a college campus that's about an hour and a half from you, would you take that trip that entire semester despite the inconvenience? I was raised in the inner city, and my brothers, my older brothers, my friends, and my teammates, they all attended the public high schools in our neighborhoods. I chose a different path. I wanted to go to this school called St. Joe's High School, St. Joseph. It was way, way, way across town, way across town. I didn't know you can travel that far in that direction and still be in the state of Ohio. I had no idea. I kid you not. But they had this coach, a legendary high school football coach named Bill Gutbrod. Let me tell you a little bit about Bill Gutbrod. First, he was the only high school coach St. Joe's ever had up to that point. He had been there since 1950. Bill Gutbrod was a decorated World War II veteran who fought in the Battle of the Bulge. He was known to be a strict disciplinarian and really tough on his players. Yeah, I want to be coached by that guy. I really do. I'm talking about it would require me to get up at 5 a.m. to take a 2-hour commute using 3 city buses just to get to school every morning. It would also mean that I would be removed from an environment where everyone looked like me to go to one where barely anyone looked like me. It meant that I would have to step out of my comfort zone, both mentally and physically. But you know what? I wanted to be coached by him. So once I got to St. Joe's, I quickly found out that Coach Gutbrod has some very unique coaching methods. I kid you not. So we would be at practice, full uniform, practicing for about an hour. Coach Gutbrod would walk up to a player, look at his uniform, a couple of grass stains on his uniform. He would say, "Where's the blood? Where's the blood?" Kid you not. It gets better. If you didn't have any blood on your uniform, the man will pull out a bottle of ketchup from his back pocket and squirt you. I kid you not. I can't make this stuff up, people. I really can't. But in Coach's mind, the way he was wired, that football was such a physical sport that either your blood or your opponent's blood should be on your uniform. Now, that was the 80s. Couldn't get away with that stuff today. But notwithstanding those tactics, Coach used to work us very hard. I mean, we would be in full pads 3 times a day. We would practice 3 times a day in full pads. In full pads, we would go run on the sandy shores of Lake Erie. He drilled us like we were in the military. And he knew just how to get the best out of his team. He was a tremendous coach. He made us both physically and mentally tough. And he prepared me for this guy, Bo Schembechler. Despite growing up in the Buckeye State, the allure to be coached by one of the greatest in the game was just too strong for me to ignore. Bo Schembechler was my favorite coach on any level, and he was one of the greatest teachers that I ever had. So when people hear the word coach and coachable, oftentimes this image pops into their heads. But look beyond his whistle and my pads, and what you see is a master teacher and his pupil. Bo taught so many lessons, and he didn't walk around with ketchup in his back pocket. No, he didn't do that. But he did carry a yardstick from time to time. And if you messed up in practice, you would become acquainted with that yardstick. But Bo taught us so many life lessons, big, small. Most of them I carry with me today. You know, Bo taught me how to make sure I paid attention to detail, no matter what you do. Not just in football, no matter what you do in life, pay attention to detail. And then he was always talking about being punctual. Make sure you're on time. In Bo's world, early was on time was late. And there was another thing that Bo was very proud of, and something that he instilled in his players. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Bo, he actually promoted the value of mentorship. He actually dedicated a chapter in his book to it. In his book, Bo's Lasting Lessons, chapter 2 is titled, Seek Mentors, Not Money. And that meant a lot to me because my time in Ann Arbor, it wasn't all smooth sailing. As a freshman, I had a position coach that we just kept butting heads, and the situation was about to erupt. I mean, I didn't know what to do, but fortunately for me, very fortunately for me, I had initiated a mentor-mentee relationship with a man in the athletic department named Greg Harden. Now, let me explain to you guys who Greg Harden was. Mr. Harden was the guy who student athletes were sent to when coaches didn't know what to do with them anymore. Okay. So, however I chose to handle my situation with the position coach, I understood that I was going to have to meet with Mr. Harden either voluntarily or involuntarily. But the meeting was inevitable. So I took it upon myself before things got out of hand to go to Greg's office. And I remember sitting in Greg's office and telling him my situation, and he's, okay, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. And then when I was done, he actually brought me back to a lesson that I learned in Pee Wee football. That no matter how talented you are, if you're not coachable, son, you're replaceable. And I was like, And then he hit me with some, he would, I'm telling you, it gets worse. He said, quote unquote, so what, you were the guy in high school? Everybody here was the guy in high school. No one cares about that, son. He hit me with some harsh reality that straightened me out. And he helped me understand that, listen, put your ego to the side, humble yourself, and not only accept this criticism, but let the criticism fertilize your soul. Let it build you up. Use it as energy. And he also taught me to look at the big picture. Look at the big picture. Always seek knowledge from people who are the best in what they do. Always seek knowledge from people who are the best in their fields. So my sophomore year, during spring break, I got on the plane and went to Northern California. My oldest brother, Jonathan, was stationed at Travis Air Force Base out there. Now, most 19-year-old kids, boys at that time, especially in college, during spring break, they would take a trip to Cancun or someplace where they can chase girls. I was different. I was on a mission. pre-Google Maps, I was able to figure out that UC Berkeley was about an hour from where my brother lived. So this is what I did. I convinced one of his friends to drive me to UC Berkeley. And when I got there, I went to the sociology department. And I approached the woman at the front desk and I said, "Excuse me, miss, could you please give me the office hours of this particular professor, who I was there to see unbeknownst to him?" She gave me the office hours. I went to his office. He wasn't there. I sat on the floor for about an hour. It felt like 3 or 4 hours because I was so nervous. And at one point, I see this 6'8", bald-headed, full bearded, black man in his signature shades walking down the hallway. So immediately I get up and I try to compose myself, but I'm still very, very nervous. And as he approached me, I stuck out my right hand and I met Dr. Harry Edwards. For those of you who don't know who Dr. Harry Edwards is, Doc Edwards is a world-renowned sports sociologist. He was the architect behind the protest in the 1968 Olympics with Tommy Smith and John Carlos. I explained to Doc Edwards that I was a student athlete from the University of Michigan, that I had seen him speak a few months prior on campus, and that I was on spring break, and I would greatly appreciate if he would just give me 10 minutes of his time. We went into his office, we sat down and spoke, had a very enlightening and illuminating conversation. When the discussion was over, I had just a new perspective on issues relating to sports and race, which was something that was part of my journey at that time. And before I left his office, he gave me his book, his autobiography, The Struggle That Must Be. And he signed it for me. And that one chance meeting with Dr. Harry Edwards actually turned into a mentorship that's invaluable to me to this day. Last year, when the Fair Pay for Play Act was passed in California, and I was trying to do some research for my show, the first person I called was Dr. Harry Edwards. Because I knew that he had a hand in crafting the language and making sure that it passed. When I speak to Dr. Edwards, or I speak to Greg Harden, any of my mentors, I always find myself listening twice as much as I speak. I'm always present. I always want to be present and making sure that they get my undivided attention, which I believe is a problem because there are too many people seeking attention and can't pay attention. Chasing followers and chasing likes, it's like inhaling and trying to exhale at the same time. It's impossible. You can't do it. It just doesn't work. You need to slow down, be quiet, so then you can listen and you can observe and you can learn from the people around you. We have a society now that is just drowning in information, but starving for wisdom. Now, I've shared with you some of my life lessons and how I pursued coaches even when the road wasn't easy, and how I sought mentorship using some atypical methods. But it's really not complicated, and it's not hard. And every single one of you, every person here, I don't care who you are, what you do for a living, or what you study. Every single one of you can practice these until they become habits. You can use these so they can help you with any goals that you have in life. Be coachable. Don't be afraid to step out of your box. make sure that you can make the sacrifices necessary to get the best training available to you and what you're trying to accomplish. When I say be coachable, it's not just about sports. It's applicable to just about anything in life that involves teaching and learning. Be coachable. Seek mentorship. Don't be afraid to approach a person who may inspire you. Ask them a question. Ask them for advice. Don't be afraid of that. Because it's only when you decide that everyone who inspires you are out of reach do they actually become out of reach. Let me tell you one thing that I started to do about 8 years ago. When I'm in a room with someone who's highly accomplished and I want to have a conversation with them, feel free to use this too. The first thing I do is I sit back a little bit and I observe them. And I look, see how they engage in small talk with people. But then I approach them. I say, excuse me, Mr. Highly Accomplished person. No, I don't say that. I say, excuse me, can I ask you a quick question? And I follow that with, would you please tell me or share with me your 5 keys to success? That's an instant icebreaker, a great icebreaker. And then you initiate a conversation with something of substance. You can walk away with that with some very good information, and who knows, that conversation could turn into something like a mentor-mentee relationship. So don't forget, be coachable. Seek mentorship. One more time, be coachable. Seek mentorship. Because that is how I ended up in this situation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Go blue. Go blue.
Hello. All right, well, thank you guys so much for coming out. Hope you guys had a great time. We just want to remind you that all of our talks today are going to be uploaded online to TEDxUofM.com and YouTube in the following weeks. So please go online to check them out. Additionally, please follow us on social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at TEDxUofM. And lastly, we'll be sending out a feedback form, so be on the lookout for that. We really want to know how we can improve this conference for next year and years to come.
All right. In addition, we'd like to thank all of our speakers for your months of hard work. Thank you so much. Also, let's give another clap out to our performers for volunteering their time tonight. You guys did amazingly. And last but not least, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors, without whom none of this would be possible. So, thank you.
And actually, last but certainly not least, we would like to thank our team. This event is a product of numerous superhuman efforts by TEDxUofM members and University of Michigan students, juggling TED, classes, sports, activities, you name it. And before we bring them out for a round of applause, our definition of entropy is promised. So we spent a lot of time thinking about this year, but what we came up with is not all that complex. Entropy is the ability to lean into madness and create something beautiful. Life is not full of softballs ready for you to hit out of the park. And when you can begin to understand that, and you understand that behind most beauty is pure and utter chaos, you can begin to make the best of the never-ending curveballs. Put your hands together. Thank you.
Guys. Give it up for our team.
yeah.